Good evening and welcome to Called Into Questions, the hard game show where we ask hard questions during a very hard time. My name is Chris King, and tonight we have a good friend of mine. If you'll introduce yourself.
I'm Neville Fogarty. I'm proud to be a friend of Chris.
That is right. Neville is a crossword person out of getting rid of some Miss Columbia folks I know, and we are now Zooming with some crossword people. And Neville is very keen to my certain brand of nonsense, and I think I know his brand of nonsense as well. And so I'm very excited for a game tonight. I think the first time we met, what would it have been? What would it have been? The first Indy 500, possibly. That was the first tournament I ever went to.
Yes, it absolutely would have been that.
Yeah, you've never been to MIT, and so yeah, I think it would have been that Indy 500 all those years ago at the GWU.
Wow,
what a good time! And
jeez, my goodness.
By the way, I haven't said this on Twitter.
What a long, strange journey it's been.
What it has been. I haven't said this on Twitter yet, but I'm now the worst handwriting champion of all time. Now that the current tournament is in hiatus, I now like when they write the history books, I will be the incumbent and for all time. So that is not that hopefully there'll be other future editions, but now just letting it known my worst handwriting is in stone at this point. I don't know.
Absolutely.
I don't know who at the universities and churches you need to contact to like carve in the statue for campus, but that is
I mean, I have no authority, but using my no authority, I would like to confer the worst handwriting of all time to you.
That's right. We need to talk about to the higher eds of these universities where people get rent out rooms to play the game. But no, we have whipped up 15 questions for each other, and we'll be asking them. There are 3 rounds of 5 questions each. The first round is a medium difficulty. The second round is a hard difficulty, and round 3 is a crazy hard difficulty, or as fellow crossworder Ben Smith put, mild, hot, and Diablo. And I am very excited to see how our questions go out. We will be doing it in 5 at a time, and we each got to choose a specialist subject. I have chosen Mr. Dr. Fogarty over here is a current professor at the Christopher Newport University in the fine Old Dominion state. And so since I was also I have a degree, a math degree from the University of South Carolina, I thought I would, even though I may be known for geography at some point now, and for people that know me, I decided to go and stick with my roots and we're having 3 questions all about mathematicians, the people that make the math. And I am hoping that some part of my undergrad journey will come out tonight in the stories of the mathematicians.
I think it is really daring of you to go for that, just because I know that throughout all of the schooling I did in math classes, they hardly talk about the mathematicians themselves. More often it's what theorem did they prove and things like that.
So this is the thing is when I chose the subject, there's really 2 branches of mathematician trivia. There is what mathematician did this exact thing in the field of mathematics, or here's an anecdotal story about a mathematician that may or may not be true, but is most closely associated with this one person. Those are the only 2 forms of mathematician trivia, and so I do not know which ones, possibly a mix of some of both that you have chosen, but that is I'm hoping that just the fun pieces of information about, a Newton type or whoever will just stuck somewhere, and it's like, that is what the answer is going to be. And if you will tell everybody your subject.
Yes, I selected for my specialist subject the world of game shows.
Yeah,
I know that Chris is a big game show fan. I personally grew up watching a ton of game shows. I happen to have been on a couple of game shows. I mean, Chris could really just field a question or a whole 15 questions out of things I have gotten wrong on game shows, and I'm sure that I would get them all wrong again.
I want to let you know, I did not go digging through archives to find, for you to get a redemption on some of those. I know this is, I wanted to workshop this one with you because I know we often turn to Twitter about various points regarding the world of game shows. I think we have really spent a lot of time delving into it. And so
it's important that we do that. Someone has to do it, and
people need to know exactly, because game shows basically it's basically school and sports at the same time. And those are two things people get really involved with. And so, like, it's good to, point out to other people, like, this is why things matter. And, it's just fun. It's the most fun that TV has, is people, having a good time on television, like that's what it's all about. And so I thought we would pay salute to all of that tonight. And I have three questions in the word quotations in a large quotation marks, all about the world of game shows. And I thought it would be hopefully both of us are good at both of our subjects. So I thought this was a good way to return it. And so for you playing at home, I will read out the questions, and then after all they have been read, you can pause it, and we'll go back over each question one at a time. We will see how we do. I will keep score, but it's not to see how we do against each other, because we wrote 15 different questions, so it's hard to say what the difficulty might be. But whether you at home beat either of us, would you have beaten Neville on his questions, beaten me on my questions? That is fun. That will be to see how you do. But good luck to you, Neville, and good luck to everybody at home.
Good luck to you, Chris.
And we will start out with our first 5 questions, and we will see how it goes. So, number 1 in round 1. Number 1 is, for nearly 25 years, Ty Cobb played what position for the Detroit Tigers? Number 2, author Norman Bridwell created what 25-foot fictional character who serves as the official mascot for the Scholastic Corporation? Number 3, what is the only Best Musical nominated musical to feature the word Scurridae in its lyrics? And the word is S-C-I-U-R-I-D-A-E, Scurridae. Number 4 is a picture question. Give me 1 second. So here is the question here. Hopefully everyone, you can see that, Neville?
I can, yes.
This is, the question is, this is a model that was made in the year 2019, a 3D model. I want you to tell me what the 2 colors represent.
Okay.
All right. And for now, number 5 is going to be an interactive component about game shows that, for the sake of the flow, we will come back and do the first 4 questions, and then we will do number 5 at that point. So right now, you just have 4 questions to sit on. So those are the 4 questions for right now. Take a pause and give you a little bit more time. We will start up at the top. So number 1, for nearly 25 years, Ty Cobb played what position for the Detroit Tigers?
I know he has the salad.
That's right. It is the salad. It is.
See, this is one of those things that any person who really follows baseball knows immediately. And I, not being the person who is a huge sport fan, struggle with. I certainly am familiar with Ty Cobb. The problem is I always, my brain, I think, thanks to all the crosswords, categorizes things orthographically. And so I see Ty Cobb, I move the C over, replace the T, and I get Cy Young.
There you go.
But it's not Cy Young.
By the way, no pitching. Not a trick question. It is the answer will be one of the 9 traditional positions.
Yes, I assumed as much. I figured we weren't going for, well, he was a designated hitter for 25.
Or some old time, back, like who they got rid of back in 1910s, and there's no more. It is one of the traditional 9.
All right, so he's not like the catcher's busman or something like that.
Exactly. No, yeah. Organist.
Yes. Well, I'm going through I'm trying to go through the big things that I feel like folks for. And I'm ruling out parts of the field. I think I have it down to 3 guesses. He's old enough where I don't know that if he were a pitcher, his arm would last that long. Because earlier on, I know that they just pitched full games because no one gave a dang.
They just did that back in the day. Like, that was just what they did. Like,
when I think catchers, I think Johnny Bench first. Yeah, let's take a punt on this, and fully expecting to be wrong. I do appreciate the multiple choice question to start.
that's right.
And let's say shortstop.
Going with shortstop is your guess?
I'm going to go with shortstop.
It is not shortstop.
No, okay.
So I led with this one. I knew you aren't much of a sports person.
Yeah.
I did have that. This one leads off because there's a family connection related to you.
Well, that's insane. It does the tie overlap with the TY at the end of my last name?
That's not where the tie comes in.
Tie. Well, now I love that is theoretically some sort of hint.
Yeah, this is a hint in that sense. Yeah.
Okay. If it's related to my family, the first thing, let's see, well, we're down to 8 choices.
That's right. We've now gone down to 8.
And I'm working for partial credit here right now. And I'm trying to figure out how it could be a family connection. If it has to deal with my extended family, I know you know that they're all in Alabama.
I wouldn't say they're geographic. This is probably something to do with your great uncle. Your great uncle helped connect Ty Cobb partially to this position.
It is. It is delightful that I don't even know who you're talking about.
Yes.
That's what's so good about this.
This is funny. This is a funny thing.
So either like you know something crazy awesome about me or my family, or there's a bit of trickery going on here, and I love that too. So it's a winner either way.
I promise you, I have not Ancestry.
Are you doxing me?
Yes, I'm not Ancestry. I'm not Ancestry.com you to find out something. But there's you are.
Well, I'm frankly disappointed.
Yes, that is sorry. I did not pay for that subscription. And but no, this is yeah.
Well, I'm going to help put the folks at home out of their misery, because I'm sure many of them knew this right off the bat, if you will.
There you go.
And those who haven't have probably gotten bored and looked it up on Wikipedia by now. So I can't figure out that hint. Can you lead the horse a little further to the water before I take
it's your Uncle John that helps.
Center field. Well done.
That's right. This is so the line goes, well, I spent some time in the Mudville 9 watching it from the bench. You know, I took some lumps when the mighty Case struck out. And then, so say, hey, Willie, tell the Cobb, and Joe DiMaggio, don't say it ain't so. You know the time is now. And that is because your Uncle John Fogarty, who spells his name different. But the same way how Colbert pronounces his name differently from other people.
That's what it is.
But it is John Fogarty's center field. And that's where Ty Cobb played. There you go.
That's delightful. What a way to start.
And I was, I did not know exactly. You were like your extended family, but yeah.
Like what? How? What?
I'm sure at some point you've had to explain to people that John Fogarty and Neville.
Oh, many times.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly.
A lot of people think that I am related to John Fogarty. Occasionally, Aaron Neville, but less often.
There you go. That is funny. Yeah. So, but center field, that is the position of the nines. There you go.
Very good.
Number 2 was author Norman Bridwell created what 25-foot fictional character who serves as the official mascot for the Scholastic Corporation?
Can I ask? You may not want to answer this, in which case you can just say so. Are you looking for a name, or are you looking for a type of thing? For example, if you had asked about Toys R Us, would you want Jeffrey? Would you want Giraffe? Or
I would want Jeffrey. I would want the name of a character here.
Okay. Okay. When I think Scholastic books, I think Scholastic Book Fair, because I am a child of the 90s. 25 foot. I want it to be like the thing I'm picturing in my mind, and this may be way off base, but I'm gonna paint a picture with words, and you can come on this journey with me. It's like it's maybe a dragon, or perhaps a dinosaur, but I'm thinking dragon, maybe like sitting up on its hinders. Maybe with a wizard's cap. Now, this is what I'm picturing, because that could be really tall, 25 foot tall. Now, I have no idea where this is coming from and whether it's relevant or not. I'm just trying to ask, like, my 7-year-old self, what is this thing? Can you give me the name of the author again, please?
Norman Bridwell. Bridwell. Norman spelled the same way.
I was hoping maybe that I might recognize this name from elsewhere.
I will say that the author Norman Bridwell is certainly best known for this character. I would not say.
You remember Pizza Hut's Book It promotion?
Absolutely.
I know that's not related, but just a flash of nostalgia struck, and I figured that could cover dead air for a moment.
Oh yeah, everyone loves. I mean, Book It was great. I remember doing that in first, second grade. I don't remember much past after that. I think they still do it. I looked up not too long ago.
Did they still do that?
I think I think it still exists. I'm not sure it's the same. However, but
oh sure. Well, I mean, times are tight these days.
Yeah, but Book It still exists for.
Yeah. I'm trying to get a way in. I'm thinking Scholastic. I'm thinking books. Maybe it's some pun type thing. It's a silly name like Pagey or Rito. Those are silly. The 25 foot. I want that to come into play. Let's see. If it is a wizard dragon, if I wanted to connect that in with reading and learning, maybe, what would I call him? Let's go for Sylvester, because that's just a fun name.
Sure, Sylvester. It is not Sylvester.
Even when it was multiple choice, I couldn't get it. So
your quarantine, you should be writing some books with Sylvester as the main character. That is certainly.
I will get to work.
I'll give you a hint here. What is a good description of something that is 25 feet tall?
Well.
What's up?
If we work this, it's a quarter of 100 feet.
I wouldn't say even any math involved. What's just a gut word to describe something that's 25 feet tall?
Tall.
Other than tall. Even more bland than tall.
Big.
Yes.
Bigglesworth.
Nope.
That's a thing, but it's not this.
That's the cat from Austin Powers, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
if it's got big in it, is it Tom Hanks?
It is not Tom Hanks.
That's a shame. That's a missed opportunity.
But Turner and Hooch isn't a bad connection to the answer.
Yeah. Oh, is it a dog of some sort?
Yes.
Okay, let's throw the dragon out the window. If you can lift it. Big dog. Is it Clifford the Big Red Dog was created for this?
It was Clifford the Big Red Dog was the character from Norman Bridwell, and it became a symbol for the Scholastic.
Oh, I had no idea. Oh, that's wonderful. I love it.
There you go. But yeah, Scholastic is a longtime kids book company, and Clifford the Big Red Dog is that, and Emily Elizabeth, his 8-year-old owner, and he is 2 years old according to canon. He is 25 feet tall. So there you go. But that is Clifford the Big Red Dog. Exactly.
That is delightful.
I do like Sylvester the Wizard Dragon. I do like that as you're like James Caan's character in Elf trying to come up with new kids book ideas. It's like, that's your current goal. So there you go. Clifford the Red Dog. Very well done. Number 3 is, what is the only Best Musical nominated musical to feature the word Scurridae in its lyrics? Sciuridae.
Okay, so one thing popped out at me immediately. I'm going to come to that in a second. And I'm going to tell you the other thought I had. The second thought I had was, I have to figure out what this word means. And that looks tough. It's got a Latin ending, so it could be scientific. It could be like a plant genus or family, something like that. I'm trying to run through that and see if I can figure out what that is. I can't. And so I'm going to tell you what the other thought I had was. The other thought I had was, you spelled it. And so this is a weird word. It could be from the 25th annual Putnam County Spelling Bee, which features words both real and made up. A lot of the words that are spelled outright and not in song. That's the part that makes me a little hesitant on that. Scurridae?
Yep. Scurridae.
Scurridae.
In the lyrics, I think A or I is both fine.
Right.
In the song of which this word appears, they end it with the I sound for reasons.
And you see, you're getting at the point here. That's why I was asking about that. This could be one of those weird things where, like, it's in there to rhyme with something.
Sure. Yeah.
And if it is, maybe it rhymes with the title of the show. And this is one of those lesser known songs from The King and I. I don't feel like that's it. I'm going to take a flyer on Spelling Bee and say the 25th annual Putnam County Spelling Bee.
Certainly I will say I spelled it because it is a word that is hard, it's hard to
Oh,
say.
yeah, I agree that it's hard to spell. It did, I think.
From my understanding, that musical was nominated, which is a good point. I do believe I've looked at most of the songs, and I don't believe this word is one of them. It is not a canonical word in the song. I think there is because they famously have a word list that is part of the thing.
Like they have a word list that they can pick from each time that they put the show on.
I will say that this is, as far as I know, not a canonical word.
That's fair.
Sense. When I Google this word Broadway lyrics, it only connects to one.
And it was not Spelling Bee.
Correct. It was not.
This is what I'm picking up from this.
I spelled it so that you could have the word written out.
No, that's fair, and I appreciate that. Scurridae. Huh. Scurridae. I don't think it's Fiorello, because you wouldn't have said nominated, because you said it won. You would have said it won.
Exactly.
Right.
That fun fact, if it's nominated, that doesn't mean it won. If it won, it won. That's
right. Yeah. That's the trick here for folks playing along at home.
Yeah, no one would call Titanic a Oscar-nominated film. You
That's
would
right.
you would spell it out saying, yeah, it won. That's the thing about it.
Your id I. You see, now I'm really looking for the rhyme. The other thing is to know what this word means, and
I think knowing what the word means is going to be the way to get
that's
this.
the way in. Well, at this point, I've had to go. I feel like it's not a word that jumps out at me as a thing I can pick apart. The SCI could be sciencey, but the fact that it's got the U right there, I'm not sure about that. Scuridae. Can I have a hint of some sort, please?
I will tell you that Scuridae is a taxonomic family.
Okay.
The next hint, I'll tell you what it's the family of.
Sure. Well, I mean that's sort of confirming some original thought I had. Just working off of that, I feel like maybe I should have a go at it. And Scuridae. Is there a chance? Did you say plant explicitly?
I did not say
You said a family, a taxonomic family.
taxonomic family.
I'm going to go for it. Is it Little Shop of Horrors?
It is not Little Shop of Horrors.
What a shame.
It is
What a shame.
you of the two choices of botanic or animalistic, you went botanic, and I am not sure what if there in the lyrics if there is a defining what the plant is exactly. It is not Little Shop of Horrors. It goes the other way. It is animals.
It's animal.
And I will say that Scuridae is the taxonomic family of squirrels.
I mean that tracks. It starts with a scur. So we've got rodents. We've got squirrels. We've got just in general rodent. This is. I don't think there's a Rocky and Bullwinkle musical.
Not yet.
But I mean, I'd pay good money.
It gets more timely every year, a Rocky and Bullwinkle musical, but as of 2020, there was not a not one yet.
Just something with other something with other rodents in it. Squirrels.
I'll say it's also a recent musical.
Sure.
Older.
That one. I will say this. I'm really looking forward to you knocking mine out of the park. Chris, I'm a little stumped. I need one more. Unless you got nothing for me.
I will say that the musical is set in the state of Pennsylvania.
Is it Groundhog Day?
That is what it is. It is the musical
Wonderful.
Day. So,
wow.
The finest specimen you will find in Rodentia and Oscuridae, and that is the alignment there at Gobbler's Knob. I am a big fan of that musical, and I pretty much know all the words to it. And I thought I wanted to write a Groundhog Day musical question.
That's good. I love a good musical question. I think that's an excellent one.
It's a science and music question at the same time, which is but no, Groundhog Day, and exactly is a Rodentia. Yeah, I think Scuridae is the order. It'd be the order under the other one under her family. I don't know why I'm forgetting that right now, but yeah, that is what it's Scuridae. It's the squirrels, all rodents, and groundhogs and woodchucks, which are the same. But nope, that is exactly right.
Brilliant. Wonderful.
A weird note is that I looked this up. Is that they use the word Philip in the musical to describe his full name, which apparently is non-canonical in real life. Phil's name is Phil, like the groundhog, and apparently the name Punxsutawney Phil comes from 1961. It does not predate that, the name Phil, and after Prince Philip possibly. They're not sure 100%, but they might be after Prince Philip. There you go. A fun fact about that. So, but no, there you go. Groundhog Day is that musical. And you will find no town greater. So let us share the screen for
Number 4 was a picture question. Yes,
that is right. So hopefully I'm not sure if viewers at home can just hear our voices right now. So here is a picture that I have uploaded to Imager. So this is a bi-colored model made in the year 2019. I need you to describe what the 2 different colors represent.
I think my best guess, thinking that it's from 2019. The picture definitely appears to be like it's some house of worship. It has all of those defining elements. I want to say that it's the Notre Dame Cathedral, and the different colors represent which parts burn down. And so I would wager that the white parts are not left standing just because there's some white on top of the darker color. And so it would be kind of weird for the white part to be hovering in midair, but maybe I'm misthinking about that. But I think I'm going to go with that as my answer, that it's the fire damage at Notre Dame.
Unfortunately, it is not Notre Dame.
Ah.
I will say that it is a European place of worship.
Okay.
So you are certainly in the right part of the world.
That's good. And I'm glad I had that this was some sort of house of worship. Right. Interesting. Yeah, part of me was like, I didn't think that the Notre Dame looked like that, but the 2009 of it all.
2019.
Oh, sorry, yeah, 2019. Yes.
But certainly you had a very timely guess, I'd say. That is the fire.
Just trying to get real in close on this. Apologies to people who are just watching my face. Well, I'm trying to think of what else the color difference could be. It could be that there was another place that suffered damage like that. It could be that parts were replaced or added on. This could be maybe St. Peter's, but why? Or did the Brits have to change something because of Brexit? That would be really weird if the Anglican Church suddenly said, "Oh, we gotta change the color."
You know how the Washington Monument is a different shade, about a third of the way up? It's the exact same reason.
Same reason, yeah. Well, I took a stab. It was wrong. I'm going to follow the precedent that I set in the first 3, and I'm going to ask if you got a hint for me.
All right. So it is not French.
Okay.
It is Spanish.
Okay. Is it? I'm just trying to start with the color difference. See if Spanish will get me there. Is it the Alhambra?
It's not the Alhambra.
Maybe things were restored. It's not that Ecce Homo Jesus painting.
It is not that. That was a 2D thing. This is a 3D thing. Was that in Spain? Yeah, that's where. That was.
I can't remember for sure.
It was in Europe, somewhere in Europe.
Oh well, is this from Lego Master? That's what this is.
What?
No.
Yeah. I will tell you that. I can tell you what city it's in.
Yeah. Let's go with that. We'll see if that helps.
It is in Barcelona.
Barcelona. I had I had a hunch it was in Barcelona, and I also had a hunch that wasn't going to help me. Is it what a name just went through my head of a cathedral. What was that? Okay. Running through the alphabet.
You mean to spot the name of the building?
Yeah, please.
This is the Sagrada Familia.
Yes, that is the thing that ran through my head and could not. Mm-hmm.
Do you know what is notable about the building?
I'm afraid I don't.
So Antoni Gaudí is the Spanish architect that designed the Sagrada Familia, and it was first commissioned a while ago.
And are these the parts they thought were too gaudy?
Not quite. Maybe so in one sense. So the building famously is not finished. It is being built by traditional like a cathedral construction, basilica construction means, and it will be completed sometime in the 21st century. But as of right now, it has not yet been finished. You can still go there and see it, and it is a very, very beautiful building. I have not seen it, but you can see there's lots of pictures. What you see here is the brown part of this model is the part that has been built. This is the to-date building, and the white part is what the rest of it will look like. That is a completed Sagrada Familia, and the brown Hogwarts part in the middle is the what has not yet been finished there, or what has been finished. And so that
very cool.
A good geography question there, a geography and art question there.
I love it.
It came up in the Learning League Architecture Mini League on Friday because it was the entire Mini League.
Well, I missed it then too.
The Mini League's been covering like real big picture stuff and art. I had this question for a while. You know how you just want to be on the Sagrada Familia Wikipedia page and you see a cool picture? I was like, I'm going to put that in Neville's game. And I was like, I wonder if it's going to come. I wonder if Barcelona's going to come up at any point in the Mini League. And it did. But I was like, the question's already been written. It's going to stay in the game.
And I still missed it, so it's perfect.
There you go.
That was a real fun. That's been a real fun Mini League. I will say that.
Yes, exactly. It's been
enjoyed it immensely. Not doing well, but
I've enjoyed architecture, and so it's been a very good geography and architecture, and both of those really fit well. But now we go into number 5, and we will see how this goes. And
a shot at redemption with the interactive feature.
That is right. And so we are doing a game show theme. My shirt here, if you have noticed, is what is famously the chalkboard diagram of season 9 or so of Only Connect, the British quiz show. And this is superimposed over the 6 traditional categories of the show. And so we have an Only Connect inspired question, is that I have 16 clues that are jumbled into a wall that you will have to solve that are related to game shows. And so I will now give you the link to a connecting wall. So for those of you at home, I'll give the link out so you can play before you can watch Neville do it. So the website is Puzzgrid, PUZZGRID.com.
Sure.
/grid /30248. And so when you have like a opening page, if you have that.
So I've got that up. Are you ready for me to share a screen with you?
Share the screen. And so, yeah, anyone at home, you can play this connecting wall at that link.
Okay. Are you good to see that?
Yes, I can see that, and that is the one I made. And so basically this is going to work the exact same way as the show, is that you're going to have 3 minutes to solve this thing. We'll figure out how to grade the points here, but there are 16 clues that will be put into 4 groups of 4, and you will have choice, earn more points after getting the connections right. And so I will say there is a game show theme to this set, and there's I won't say there's lots of words that can overlap in different, on the show.
Plenty of tricks and traps there.
I would say it's only going to be like real knowledge based on this one. Some look like they may go in others, but there is only one correct set here.
Absolutely.
And so whenever you are ready, you can hit begin, and you can talk out loud, by the way. And
I would love to make this an engaging and fun program for people to watch, so I will do my best to.
We are solving a connecting wall, a game show themed connecting wall. So
here we go.
Very, very best of luck, and here we go.
Okay, let's see here. Achilles, well-wishers. These are both famously from Wrong Wheel of Fortune answers. I think September might have been part of one. Aramis, maybe there was like a Three Musketeers one. So let's bank that and see what else we have. Just reading through these. Marty. Okay, Marty is from 21. It's one of the fake answer, it's a prompted answer there. Enshrined, insulated, painted, and coupon. Those could all be like describers of something. Maybe I want it to be like a Shrine of the Silver Monkey. These are words in the descriptions of the rings from Legends of the Hidden Temple. That would be good. Where's that one? No, Turkey goes with September because these are Family Feud answers that are clips, because turkey is the food you eat at the beach. Let's see. Pickles, I think, would be one of those. Let's start tapping here a bit. What goes with those? Okay, so I've got two in my head here. Enshrined, painted, insulated. Okay, let's see here. What? Enshrined, named, painted, insulated. Ooh. Achilles, a group of pill pushers. Aramis, maybe some guess this word that I don't recognize. Clark. See, I could see Marty the Big Dipper, Clark, and course, maybe that means copper related. Okay, I'm clicking wrong things now. Can accept that response. Maybe Aramis is the 21 one. Oh, and we're just run out of time.
All right, so you got stumped by the wall.
Yes, I did.
But hit next, and then you don't have to type anything in, by the way. Right. We will just don't type anything in. We can just play it out loud. So the first one, course, enshrined, except, insulated.
Course and except can have homophones sort of ish with except, like I before E, except after C. There could be some sort of anagram thing going on. Course, enshrined, except, insulated. I don't see anything hidden in all of the words. Enshrined has shrine in it, but I know that you're better than that. Yeah, I don't see this one.
These are $100,000 pyramid winning words.
Oh, things that are enshrined, things that are insulated. That's very good.
The most famous one is probably things that are enshrined because how hard that word was. Things that are things you accept, things that are insulated, things that are enshrined. Those are all They were the ones that won the people $100,000. Exactly.
This is my Cupine face. This is me just remembering what Cupine is.
Perfect.
Sorry to interrupt that, but
going to the purple row. That's right.
But just in case you're wondering what that was, but we can go down from here.
Perfect. Aramis, Marty, Clark, the Big Dipper.
Are the I mean, just the presence of Marty wants this to be from 21. And if you want something more specific, I'd say either answers that are in the film quiz show or showed up in the match between Herb Stimple and Charles Van Doren.
The word Marty does refer to that, but it doesn't connect the other three exactly.
Is it the more general just thrown answers from the game show rigging scandals of the 1950s?
It's not even that. It's something a little bit even more meta than that. But the purple row these are answers from films. These are
Aramis is from Slumdog Millionaire from Q&A. Yeah,
that's right. Aramis is the $1 million one because it's Athos, Porthos, and Aramis is the third musketeer. Marty is again the same point from the original quiz show and the 21 itself. Clark and the Big Dipper. Do you know what movies those are from?
I'm not picking either up.
So the Big Dipper is an answer from Starter for 10. It is
okay. I have not seen Starter for 10, but I know it. I know about it.
It is hilarious how many good people are in that movie. When James McAvoy, current Professor X, is the main person. Benedict Cumberbatch is his University Challenge coach, and Mark Gatiss, who plays Mycroft on Sherlock, he plays the original host of the show. But basically, James McAvoy sees the stack of questions before the game starts, and the Big Dipper is an answer to a toss-up. And he, like, in the game, even though he's doing ultra well, the host starts to read the clue, and he buzzes in and says, the Big Dipper, and it's like, oh, he cheated. So they have to kind of look into that. But the Big Dipper is that. And Clark is not from a real game show. The game show Clark is from is Pig in a Poke, which is from National Lampoon's European Vacation. Yeah. And they're facing up the Nobel Prize winning families. And it's like a Lewis and Clark question. And Beverly D'Angelo says Clark to Clark Griswold, and they win the vacation. So that is what that answer is from. No, the red row is Pickles. Number 2, September, and Turkey.
These are humorous sources of these are viral or pre-viral bloopers and humor from the show Family Feud.
That is exactly right.
September, I believe, is name the month when you can first tell a woman is pregnant.
Yep.
Turkey is Happy from Family Fortunes.
That's right.
Actually,
franchise. Yeah.
They ask three questions in succession in the Fast Money round, like name a bird you eat, name something you take to the beach, things like that. And the man just keeps saying turkey, and hilarity ensues. Cupine, I believe, is a word that can follow pork.
Exactly right. Pork cupine is exactly the word.
Steve Harvey, of course, had a field day with that. Pickles. I'm not remembering pickles.
It is. You're right. It is one of them. Is the Richard Karn era, and the word was something you wouldn't want to find in the back of, in the trunk of your car.
Does the guy say, I'm thinking pickles or something like that?
I think he just buzzed them confidently with pickles, as opposed to, there's a couple of things like, I'm thinking blank. There's one that has that exact same pattern, but it wasn't pickles. But yeah, oddly enough, just pickles was the answer there. And but in the blue category, named, painted, Achilles, well-wishers.
These are words that troubled Wheel of Fortune contestants.
Right.
Once it was something like mythological hero Achilles.
Yes.
But I think it was a College Week student pronounced it Achilles.
That's right.
And they don't allow that. Someone famously said a group of pill pushers instead of a group of well wishers. Is there a chance that someone said a fish named Wanda instead of a fish called Wanda or something?
Not that. It's close. It does have to do with a famous title of a film, though.
Like a boy named Sue?
Nope.
Not named. A streetcar named Desire?
That's right. And
What did they say?
They didn't so much pronounce it wrong. Or maybe if they did, it was in a blank ed.
Oh, naked.
And
That's for K.
Yeah, it was a streetcar naked desire, and not named was the answer there. And painted was not as well known as the other three, I'd say. They wanted the pointed desert to be right, and they couldn't.
Oh, yes.
They couldn't shake pointed being the word, and at least two contestants said, I think it was the final spin round, and they said pointed desert, and it continued to not be right. And Pat was semi-incredulous on all that, but that's what it was. It was Pyramid, Films, The Feud, and Wheel of Fortune are the game shows are there. So there you go. I will say you get half credit on picking out some of the connections there.
Well, thank you.
There we go. And if you can stop sharing that, and there you go. So, but yeah, hope I wouldn't even say it's probably the second round game show was probably easier than that. I wanted to have a fun something like that.
That was delightful. Thank you. The whole thing has been delightful so far.
That is wonderful to hear. And I think right there, a solid 2 right now for you.
Well, that's very kind of you. Thank you.
Hard. Hopefully there'll be more to go, and I think you'll pick up more. I think you'll do better in round 2 than round 1. I'll let you know. I'll say that.
Well, thank you. That's weird, but thank you.
Yeah, exactly. But
I suppose now it's time for Chris to sit in the hot seat.
That is right.
So here are the first 5 questions for Chris. First, just because I know you're a game show fan, I figured I'd ask you this question.
All right.
In a special May 2016 primetime episode of The Price is Right, featuring Jeff Probst and favorite castaways from Survivor, what word was added to the Survivor logos that appeared on the screens in Contestants Row? Round 1, question 2. Relativity and waterfall are lithographs by what artist? Round 1, question 3. Why might you say that an animated deli owner who debuted in 1999 and a real-life showman born in Iowa Territory in 1849 are in league together? Question number 4. What 1983 US Billboard Hot 100 chart topper that was written by 3 Australians takes its title from that of a book published in 1970 with parts called Bimini, Cuba, and At Sea? And finally, question number 5 in this round, your mathematician question. In 1621, In 1621, French mathematician Claude Gaspard Bachet de Mézières published a Latin translation of Arithmetica, a collection of problems by the Greek mathematician Diophantus. In 1670, the son of what other mathematician published a new edition of that translation that included his father's notes? So those are Chris's 5 questions. If you'd like to take a shot at them yourself, give the video a pause and then rejoin us now. Right. Chris, here's that first question again. I can tell you've already been given these some thought. So that first question, in a special May 2016 primetime episode of The Price is Right, featuring Jeff Probst and favorite castaways from Survivor, what word was added to the Survivor logos that appeared on the screens in Contestants Row?
So this is like when they have like a default display before a number appears on it. Like
that's right.
The screensaver for the Contestants Row.
That's right. So like in the old days with Bob Barker, it would be blank.
Right.
Right. And now that they've got the fancy screens with Drew, sometimes they'll do the Price is Right logo.
Right. Right.
For this special episode, they didn't do that. They used the Survivor logo. But with a slight modification.
So, I've never actually watched an episode of Survivor. I've seen it on TV. Some people have watched it for me, and you know what? I'll let them. People that have watched it for me, you get the credit. I am pretty sure that the logo of Survivor notably has 3 words that begin with the word outlast, outlive, however the word is. And so I think the most appropriate word that would begin with the word out would be outbid. And that'll be my guess, is outbid.
Well, I can tell you that the standard Survivor logo has 4 words on it.
Oh, okay. I thought it was only 3.
But one of those words is Survivor.
Oh, got you. Okay, got you.
And it says outwit, outplay, outlast. And then for this special, they had a little arrow adding an outbid to it. You are absolutely right. Well done.
That is fantastic.
Well reasoned.
That's funny. That's a good, funny answer. I like that. That is good.
Very good. Moving on to your second question. Relativity and Waterfall are lithographs by what artist?
Yes, I was. I like art questions. This is I was making sure. And then a lithograph here. I believe Relativity and Waterfall. Certainly, where Relativity feels closer is I think I've seen more. I think I've seen the Waterfall as well. I believe these are both lithographs by the Dutch artist M.C. Escher. And that is
very well done. You're absolutely right. For no bonus points, would you like to tell me what the MC stand for?
In fact, I've been trying to think of it the entire time, so I can flex right now. And one of them is a Dutch look. Like one of them is not a word. It's kind of like a couple of things put together. Is C like Christian? Is it something?
No.
Is it Christopher? Is it something to do?
No, it's more Hawthorne-esque.
Oh God. I'm not sure. I swear I looked.
The C is Cornelis. It's like Cornelius with the U out.
That's right.
And the M is Maurits, which looks like Maurice, but they took a swerve there at the end. But absolutely right. It's M.C. Escher. Relativity is the folks going up and down the stairways and all sorts of. It has the stairways in every direction. Waterfall is that impossible object that has the water flow up and all the way down at the bottom.
I knew that was Waterfall. I knew Relativity was M.C. Escher, but I couldn't remember what was the subject of the painting.
Very, very good art knowledge there, and a little bit of math.
A little bit of math. Exactly. It was a math question as well. That's the connection.
Your next question, question 3. Why might you say that an animated deli owner who debuted in 1999 and a real-life showman born in Iowa Territory in 1849 are in league together?
So I'm trying to, so I think I have my answer on
That's
this.
fair. I will tell you this. No cost to this. This is a little weird question. We're having a little fun with this. Okay, so if that gives you a little more confidence, go for it.
And so I've been trying to remember who this Iowa showman would be, and I mean I could name some Old West type figures. I haven't hit upon it yet. Like there's P.T. Barnum Field. That feels like that feels like Greatest Showman type era, 1849. But 1999 animated deli owner. So the 1999, the TV show, the animated TV show that started in the year 1999, I believe was just Family Guy. It was before the year before Y2K, and I believe Cleveland is the deli owner. He was a deli owner in the original run of Family Guy, and Cleveland, his full name is Cleveland Brown. And so I think, on my guess here, knowing that I believe Cleveland Brown is the deli owner, that the league they would be together is possibly these are two folks who are named after, or they share their name with NFL teams, and the league would be the National Football League. And
I know you're well aware it would be tough for someone from who's born in 1849 to be named after.
Yes, it would be. Yeah, I'm trying to.
You are absolutely right, and I'm going to give you full marks for it.
I'm trying to run through some NFL teams to see.
So differently here, Cleveland Brown, first name matches geography, last name matches team name.
Okay.
Here, it's first name matches team name, nickname matches geography, if that helps.
So, what? I'm just trying to I just kind of been going around the country.
That's fair.
I'd rather just name them by division, which is the more impressive way to do things. And I was trying to I assume I've probably have heard of this person. I'm just trying to
certainly
who is this? And I'm just being like, what could this be? Something's gonna be like, I just know Denver Broncos. It's sort of like Bronco Denver.
But you raise a good point with Broncos. Can you think of any other animals you associate with the Old West?
There's Colts. There's oh God, what are old Broncos and Colts? Feels good. It's not Bears. You don't have Bears in the Old West. Falcons in a looser sense. What is Old West animals? There's cows. There's farm animals. There's
wild animal.
Wild animals, yeah. God, I can't even.
It's important to use every part of this animal.
Buffalo Bill Cody. There we go. That's annoying but Buffalo Bill Cody, yeah, he's
sounds like you're saying that the Buffalo Bills are not a football team.
Oh, they definitely are. It's just a bummer to be like, yeah, that's why Buffalo Bill is named. The Buffalo Bills are named that exactly for that exact reason. And Buffalo Bill Cody is one of those old West folks I don't know much about, but certainly were of the era. And but no.
Well done there. Well done. You reasoned it out from just one half of it. So
I felt good enough to lock in an answer on Cleveland Brown, and I will take that. So
let's see how you do with question 4. What 1983 U.S. Billboard Hot 100 chart topper that was written by 3 Australians takes its title from that of a book published in 1970 with parts called Bimini, Cuba, and At Sea?
I don't have this one right now. This is so Bimini is a Bahamian island. Cuba is of the same location, and At Sea fits the same theme as the Caribbean. And so 1970 work. It has that Hemingway, because he wrote lots of books of that neck of the woods. I'm not sure when Hemingway passed. I'm not sure about 1970. I still haven't, and I know names of Hemingway works, and none of them ring out currently of books set in the. I'm trying to think like Australians, like the 83 Australian, no, I had 83 felt good for a moment and I lost it. So when it comes to Australian music, there is there's what is it? It's Men at Work is the classic, that's the Land Down Under. I'm not sure I don't get Safety Dance mixed up with Men at Work. That's all they feel. Men's Without Hats is the Safety Dance, and Men at Work is Land Down Under. There's also AC/DC, and I'm trying to, and I swear there's a song called For Whom the Bell Tolls, and I'm trying to, I thought For Whom the Bell Tolls was a World War I book. I swear I didn't think it was a Caribbean book. But I'm pretty sure there's AC/DC, and that makes sense with Angus Jones and I guess the original AC/DC. I don't know who wrote the AC/DC songs. I think 84 was Back in Black. I think 83 that's missed the timeline. So on that, I think For Whom the Bell Tolls, which is definitely a Hemingway book. I didn't think that was 1970, nor I think it was Caribbean. I think that's an AC/DC song. But that is all I got. I'm going to say For Whom the Bell Tolls.
Seems like a reasonable guess, but it is not the correct answer.
Yeah.
Well reasoned there.
There's a lot of good connections, but I didn't feel confident on almost any connection of any.
Let me confirm for you that part of what you said is right. It is a Hemingway book,
Okay.
and you're also right to question it being in 1970 because Hemingway was dead by then.
Right.
He wrote the book in 1950 and 51, and the book was published posthumously. I believe it was the first of his books published posthumously.
Yeah.
So maybe that helps. If not, I can tell you a little bit more about the musical act. AC/DC is not involved.
Got you. So I'm trying to think of what are the posthumous books. I know A Movable Feast is one of his biographical books. Wait. Oh, I love it when a coin drops, and it dropped ultra hard just now. I think so now that I think about it, in his posthumous collection, he has written books. This one, I believe this book is set in the Caribbean and written by 3 people, while is not AC/DC. I believe the trio here are the brothers Gibb, and this is Islands in the Stream, sung by Kenny Rogers and Dolly Parton, and that is my answer.
And that is the correct answer. Very well done.
Oh, that is hilarious.
So some extra trickery in there, not throwing in the original artists known for it, but instead the writers. This is them writing soft rock as they knew that disco was on the way out, and then you have 2 country legends.
Yeah, so I'm dumb. The Gibb brothers are considered Australian?
Yeah.
I know they were born. I know that they were born on the island of Man. I know that. I know they're transcontinental, however you want to put it. You know, they I don't really think that there was like any one country of music, like British, American, Australian.
I apologize if I misled you. That was not my.
Yeah, that was. But no. So that I think so that's exciting.
You are. They were born on the Isle of Man to English parents. They did move to Australia, and that is where they first achieved success.
Well, that's perfectly.
So you raise a very good point.
But no, like I didn't think they were like I couldn't have really told you. I would have felt halfway between a few countries as opposed to like saying they're obviously this country, like some. But no, that is I didn't know the Gibb brothers were Australian, but that is finally it all came together. The Islands in the Stream, just trying to. I don't know why I remember that was. I think I just saw that was in a book one time, and it's like, oh, that's the same as the song, and I guess that's why it all connects there. Is and timely R.I.P. Kenny Rogers on all that. So.
Yes. Question number 5, your mathematician question. In 1621, French mathematician Claude Gaspard Bachet de Maziriac published a Latin translation of Arithmetica, a collection of problems by the Greek mathematician Diophantus. In 1670, the son of what other mathematician published a new edition of that translation that included his father's notes?
All right, give me un momento. Okay. Let's see.
He's grabbing something. He's grabbing something.
Actually, cranking the AC. That's all it was.
No. Oh, I thought you were gonna just hold up the answer and say, "I predicted the answer would be."
Oh, no, that would be good. I do have
Chris Lime action is.
Yeah, I have. Yes, I have a couple of books that may have an answer in it, but they're not anywhere near me. So, 1670, the son. So, son of parent means that certainly the parent's a little bit older than 1670. I don't know by not much, but 17th century. You didn't really ever say a country for the person.
No, I said that the first translation, or the translation I mentioned into Latin, was by a French mathematician.
Yeah.
Whether or not the other mathematician is French is left as an exercise for the reader, as they say.
Yep, exactly. So I don't really have. I'm trying to think of who are famous father son mathematicians, and I haven't hit on one, unfortunately. Who are children of parents, like, you know, two generations like that. The 1600s. I'm not sure. I think he was.
To be clear, I'm only asking for the name of the father.
Sure. Yeah. Which I believe is the famous mathematician as well. Yeah. I like French. I don't know why. I'm so not great at dates, like knowing when people are. Everyone's from the past, and they all live about the same time as each other. I like Pascal was around. I feel like he was around that time. I think Descartes was 1 century before, and I like to think that Pascal was about that time. I also have Fermat as well, who famously had notes, so many notes that he couldn't even write them all down. And I mean, Fermat would be a good answer. I'm not really sure when his dates are, nor do I know anything about his children. I think that'd be a good answer. I think none of these are terrible answers. I will say, do I like that? I'm gonna stick with it. I'm gonna say Fermat is Pierre something de Fermat is my answer for number 5.
But before we go any further, can I ask, do you know anything about the ancient Greek mathematician Diophantus?
I know that not Diophantus. I do know that his a Diophantan number is integers and fractions, basically. I think integer whole number solutions, right?
That's right. So a Diophantan equation has integer solutions, and it's usually a polynomial where you look for integer solutions, and you ask, like, how do you characterize those? Does that make you feel any better about your answer?
That feels even better because his most famous work involved looking for a integer answers there.
And Pierre de Fermat is the correct answer. Yes, for exactly that reason. This edition included the marginal notes of Fermat, and so when it was published, it's in the printed text that this margin is too large to contain.
That was the work itself.
And so that's why it was in those margins, because he was reading about Diophantan equations.
That's great. That is
well done. And thank you for trusting that I would pick the good answer.
That's right. I was like, that would be a good answer to the question, is to have that be the answer. And I stuck with that. And I was trying to think, like, Pascal, I mean, he wrote a bunch of things. He was good at his job, and he wrote a bunch of things. And I thought that was about the right time. And that was, you described one of the most famous books of math without getting into the weeds about any of the details of it. And that is very good. Yeah, and I'm glad that the other part of the knowledge that I did know but didn't really connect it with it. And Diophantus was the integer answers. That is good.
Very good. Well done. And you picked up on the fact that it might also be a French person. So well done. I'm happy to give you 4.5. Yeah, just knocking it in on all of them.
Like I said, hopefully you will do better on round 2 here. Well, I think this is gonna be a good set for you. And
I hope so.
All right. So now we go into round number 2. And here's your 5 questions, Neville. Number 1, the poster for the 2014 documentary Atari Game Over features the coordinate 32.886668 north, 105.967336 west. What is located at this coordinate? Number 2, this quarantine, everyone is obsessed with Tiger King, but the name King Tiger refers to a nickname for what type of vehicle used in the 20th century? I will say it's nothing to do with that Netflix documentary. That is just a fun side note. Number 3.
It's a good bit. I like the bit.
Number 3 is the 1992 compilation album ABBA Gold is one of the best-selling albums worldwide. Of the 19 songs on the album, The one with the shortest title is SOS with
Correct.
3 letters.
Oh.
What? Yes. What song is the next shortest? Number 4, Welcome to Greendale, You're Already Accepted. According to IMDb, which human being that did not appear in the opening credits is in the most episodes of Community with 53? And number 5, round 1's game show question was about the content. And round 2, we're going to be doing the presentation of it. So right now, how this game will work is actually you're going to have a little bit of a choice in this one. I have prepared.
No deal.
That's right, no deal. I have prepared for you 8 sound effects from different game shows. You will need to name 5 out of the 6. But there are 8 choices. So of numbers 1 through 8, you can tell me which 2 you don't want to see. I won't tell you what they are. I'll just play them over the Zoom here. So you get to choose of 1 through 8. You get to pick 6, or you can not pick 2. And so those are the ones you get to choose from.
Ah.
So which are
That's good knowledge that 8 choose 6 and 8 choose 2 are the same.
That's right. And so you can either pick the 6, or if you want to make it easier on yourself, the 2. What are your 2 unlucky numbers? And maybe those are the ones you want to.
Let's drop 1 and 6.
1 and 6.
That said, I hope that in the director's cut of this, we'll get to hear those.
We are going to hear all 8. I can promise you that. So here we go. I will play all 6. I'll play each of them twice, and then after we'll go back and play our 5 questions again.
Cool.
So here are in order the 6 pieces of music. We will skip 1 for now. This is clip number 2. If I need to play that louder, let me know.
Okay, I think we're good, but carry on.
This is all right. That's number 2. This is number 3. I'll play that again. And I don't need you to be specific about what this sound effect is. I think you would be that anyway. But looking for why you would hear the sound in question. This is clip number 4. I'll play it again. This is song number 5. I'll play it again. We are skipping number 6. This is song number 7. I'll play it again. And this is number 8. So right now, those are the 6 sound pieces there. And we will see how you do on that. So right now, take a pause if you want a little bit more time, but we will start back up at the top. So here we go. Number 1 is the poster for the 2014 documentary Atari Game Over. Features the coordinate 32.886668 north, 105.967336 west. What is located at this coordinate?
Combining Atari and that seems to me like that would be somewhere in the American Southwest. I know that famously the E.T. game for the Atari home console was awful and did not sell well, and I believe that they produced many more copies of it than they knew what to do with, and so they just dumped them all in a pile. They may have buried it. I'm not positive about that, and I think that they're still there today. So I will say a pile of E.T. cartridges.
The coordinate I gave you refers to southern Alamogordo, New Mexico, which is a town in central New Mexico. And in the south of that town, In fact, Atari dumped a bunch of unsold copies of E.T. the Extraterrestrial into the ground. They were buried and they were underground, and they've now been exhumed of recent. And the city council of Alamogordo sold some on auction for raising funds for the town. But you can, but exactly what it is E.T. the Extraterrestrial. People have just they've like stripped it of its code, and you can actually play the game online now if you were interested of playing the ET game.
I'm not.
You're not. Yeah, you could watch 90 seconds of YouTube and be like, yeah, that's what it is, and be very content with that. But it is the documentary. I've not seen it, but it is about the Atari being phased out of video games and the end of the company, as it were. But it is, in fact, you would find ET cartridges there. I'm not sure if they're all gone, but that is the exact coordinate of them. Very well done. Number 2 is this quarantine. Everyone has been obsessed with Tiger King, but the name, which I have not seen, by the way. I haven't
seen it either.
Yeah, I've heard what it's about. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. Why do they? I don't understand why there's this need to like make a movie about it. Apparently, there's an ultra compelling documentary. Why is there a need to make a movie about it?
Right. Yeah, I heard that Nicolas Cage has been tapped to play the main Joe Exotic guy.
And there's all kinds of like Twitter casting. People are saying like, oh, this person would be good to play this character or this person. But like, why a compelling documentary is fine on its own. You don't need to have like not a 100-minute drama based on, that seems like a waste. Right. But that's not me. But King Tiger refers to a nickname for what type of vehicle used in the 20th century?
King Tiger. Okay, this one didn't jump out at me like the Atari one did. I think tiger, orange and black stripes. I'm also thinking location. 20th century vehicle could have been in the jungle. King Tiger. I almost want it to be the Comvy from the Wild Thornberries, because that would be a 20th century vehicle.
Is there a name for the?
Just call it the Comvy.
You'd think they'd have a name for it. That seems. Like if you ran a nature documentary where you travel the world in a single vehicle, you'd have a name for the vehicle of your TV show. For sure. That seems that was bad network decision making right there.
It really was.
Yeah, the network that hired Nigel to do this.
King Tiger. It's on the prowl. You're looking for the type of vehicle. It could be the other thing that came to mind was put a tiger in your tank, Exxon. And then the thought that came to mind was the Exxon Valdez oil spill. But since you didn't ask for the name of the particular thing, I would think if King Tiger were a nickname for that, then that's how you would ask it. Best musical winner, Exxon Valdez.
Exactly, there you
go. So, is there some sort of sporty vehicle that's tiger-like? Vehicle, it could be airborne. Let's see.
I'll say it's in one of the 3 types of how either air, land, or sea. I'll say it's in one of those.
Good.
Yeah.
That rules out space vehicle.
It's eliminate space, which is fair, but
the King Tiger has landed.
It is one of the terrestrial modes of transportation in the large sense. Of it's either in the air, on the land, or in the sea.
It could be a tank. I'm trying to figure out why do you give a nickname to a vehicle? It's like a hot, sleek thing, and you're in Greece or something, or it's an army thing. I mean, Tiger says to me it's fast, or let's it's all bad. Let's try tank. I'll go with tank as my answer. I feel like there's a way into this and I'm not picking up on it. Shame on me. So I'm going to go with tank.
So going with tank here.
Mm-hmm.
So the King Tigers, the name that they out that was there. The formal name is Tiger 2 or Panzerkampfwagen Tiger. And this is the German name of the Tiger, the Panzer tank that is used during World War II. This is the exactly right, because Tiger was the name of the tank line that the Germans used during World War II. That was the full name of it. It was also known as the Königstiger, which is German for the Bengal tiger. There's apparently another name for it, which was then translated literally as Royal Tiger. And then it was called King Tyler by some of the Allies, which was what? So King Tiger would be a name that apparently some Allies used for that tank. You know, exactly.
That's very good. Is Panzer named for Panther?
I don't know that. I thought
I'm just curious because now that you're making this tiger connection,
right? Panzer has always been like the name of. Let's see. Apparently, Panzer is from the Middle High German for Panzer, meaning armor, and then so it comes from, and then comes from an old French word meaning coat of mail. So basically, Panzer means armor, apparently. But what Panzer was always the word for the German tank.
Very good.
Exactly right. King Tiger is a tank and not the Netflix original series.
Very good. Well, this blind hog found an acorn.
Exactly. So. There you go. Number 3 is the 1992 compilation album ABBA Gold. Is one of the best-selling albums worldwide and continues to do well today. And of the 19 songs on the album, the one with the shortest title is SOS with 3 letters. What song is the next shortest?
This is a brilliant question. I'm sure that there are other people right now who are finding the fast forward button, but I love this question. This is great. I have certainly listened to this entire album. I believe One of Us is on there, and that clocks in at 7 letters. I don't think Arrival is on there, and that would tie it. So I'm presuming that there's a distinct second place. I'm trying to see if I can come up with something that's shorter. If there's like a one word thing in there. Mamma Mia's 8. Dancing Queen's too long. Money, money, money. Honey, honey. Gimme, gimme, gimme. A Man After Midnight. No. It's Under Attack on there. Too long. Doesn't matter. The Day Before You Came, I don't think is on there. Chiquitita is too long. Hi, you've tuned into Neville Names ABBA songs.
There you go.
Finally, others will get to witness this, and it's not just me in my bathroom mirror. To be clear, you're just counting letters. You're not counting spaces. It's spaces.
Just counting letters. A letter count.
Okay, a 4-letter ABBA song. It's Ring Ring, and I don't know that that's on there either. 5-letter. Voulez-vous is too long. A 6-letter. They have a lot of repeated stuff. I do. I think one of us is on there. It's certainly in the musical Mamma Mia. It's not The Winner Takes It All. I Have a Dream. Let's go for one of us. I'll make that my answer.
All right, a couple of notes here is that one, not this Groundhog Day, but the Groundhog Day before, 2019. When I did a music trivia round on one of my trivia nights here in Columbia, and it was Groundhog Day inspired titles of songs, where it was the song titles repeated in various capacities. So you had like Bills, Bills, Bills. You had you had what was it? Another good classic. And I also had I discovered this the day of writing the round, the My Chemical Romance song, Nah, 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 Nah. It's like the word nah 14 times. It's like an incredible find of a repeating title thing. And so that was the only 5-time repeating title of that round. But here for Mamma Mia, Waterloo, and Fernando are all 8 letters, but one of us is 7 letters and is the correct answer. So very well done.
Yes, exciting.
Good.
That is absolutely thrilling. I was going to be so crushed if that wasn't right.
Very good. That is exactly right. There's a couple. I think I found an extended edition. They had like a few more songs. One was shorter. I don't know what it was, but one of us was the one from that album. Exactly right. Okay. Number 4 was Welcome to Greendale. You're already accepted. According to IMDb, which human being that did not appear in the opening credits is in the most episodes of Community with 53?
Okay. When you say did not appear in the opening credits, you mean did not appear ever in the opening credits?
They are right. They are at no point during the run of the 6 seasons that their name was on the fortune teller.
Okay. Because I know that changed a little bit. If you'll allow me to use a Chang pun here, just using it for the word change.
Exactly.
53. So 53 could be arrived at by just presence in the first 3 seasons. You can't get to 53 by presence in just the last 3 seasons because those were all truncated to 13. So this has to be someone who was introduced in the first 3. Okay. Running through here, other students, it could be Vicky. It could be Garrett. It could be Neil, White Neil, if you will.
Yeah. I don't see the world through that lens.
Yeah. Let's see here. It could be Leonard. It's not going to be Vaughn. Vaughn doesn't really show up after season 1. It's not going to be Annie Kim. She only has a couple of appearances. Neil gets his own CBS procedural. I mean, I think like a CSI Cyber or something. I can't remember. So I don't think it'll be him. The faculty members, I don't think it's going to be, certainly isn't Betty White, although she's a treasure. I don't think it's going to be John Oliver's Ian Duncan, just because he comes and goes. There's that, what happened to Professor Duncan? Then he comes back, and then he's gone again. All right. I'm blanking on his name, but I have to, what is his name? He's not the right answer, but he does, since we've been doing the Groundhog Day thing, he does Phil Connors, Ned Ryerson. What is his name? I can see him. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm trying to come up with the actor's name.
Zablowski.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Because he does the Who's the Boss course,
Right.
and then he got driven mad by Abed,
Abed.
if you will. Um,
Me and my brother talk about how funny it is that various weird racists say Abed instead of Abed.
yes.
At various points throughout the show, it's just kind of like to mispronounce Abed as Abed. It's just kind of funny.
Yeah. I mean, that's like the faculty is real sparse, and it's just they're there when you need them. I mean, Professor Whitman, John Michael Higgins, the greatest actor alive. He's there and then he's gone. I really think it's going to be one of these three students. I don't think it's Vicky so much. I will say this. I have a connection to Garrett, to the actor who plays Garrett.
And I have him on Twitter, Eric Charles Nielsen.
Nielsen, yes. He also appeared on Merv Griffin's Crosswords.
Oh, nice. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
That's
it is fun, I imagine, to be an actor in LA.
I'm sure it always seems delightful from everything I've ever seen about him.
Yes.
Fun fact, I beat him at the community one day on Learned League, and that is that's excellent.
That's very good. That's
a good feeling when you can beat somebody from the show.
Yeah,
He was so hot. He missed things that he should have gotten, in my opinion, but that's neither here nor there.
Well, maybe he had to report a crisis alert.
True. He might exactly. It was always it was an alert. It certainly was an alert about a crisis.
Garrett and Leonard keep showing up throughout. He said 53 episodes. I think it's a toss-up between the two of them, unless I'm just completely blanking on someone else. Leonard, that's Richard Erdman. I think he passed away. Is that right?
That's right. He did. This year, like early 2020 or late 2019, but.
I gotta toss a coin, and I don't think it's gonna come up with Pierre de Fermat. Let's
arguably the opposite in some sense.
Yes. I'll say Garrett. Garrett, yeah.
I'm going to start from low and go high. I have some episode counts for you.
Yep.
At 9 is Todd. It's number 9 there. With
sure.
9 episodes. At 15 episodes, Pop.
Magnitude.
At 16 is Neil. Is exactly right. At 18, Professor Ian Duncan.
And he's here to say.
At 23, Vicky. Coming in third with 39 is Alex Starburns.
I'm so glad that I forgot about him for a moment, but fortunately, he dies.
Yes, and he only makes one appearance in season 6. He appears in the paintball episode. He appears in Modern Espionage.
Right.
In third place. So the last two, as you've decided, it is in fact Leonard and Garrett are the last two here.
Mm-hmm.
With 43 appearances is Garrett. In first place.
Wow.
With 53, it is Leonard. So
Shut up, Chris. I know about the answers to your other trivia questions.
There you go.
That's good.
That is, you do get half credit on that. You got to the coin and you had the wrong side there. But yeah, just 10 more appearances. Both felt like they were there for a very long time, and just they are as many characters on the show were. They had the perfect one line they needed for the time. Like I think about.
Sometimes it's you just cut to them. They're there in the hallway, and you're done.
Exactly. Yeah. I think about Creed. Creed's good for one line an episode, and that one line is ultra good.
That's right.
More than that, it's just not worth it. But just having the one line, make their one line. Like Leonard saying unsubscribe is one of my like favorite like throwaway jokes. Just like that means nothing, and that was it. But no, half point on that, Leonard and not Garrett. That's simple choice for that. But now we go to our sound round.
Yes.
We had 6 game show sound effects, and you need to tell me what the effect is, exactly what it is. So we have skip number 1 for now, and we will go to this is sound number 2. All right, you can just say them out loud at this point what you believe the sounds are.
So it took me until just now to put all of the pieces together. I believe that is the sound of Olmec lowering his temple gate on Legends of the Hidden Temple.
That's exactly what that sound effect is. And by the way, apparently, sad news is that Quibi or Kibi is not doing very well because it's garbage. And
so they're not going to do their reboot?
We're not going to do the reboot because the reboot got delayed for some kind of reason before, and then the world shut down.
Right.
And so there might not ever be and if they didn't ever build a set, hire a host, or do any casting, it wouldn't be that hard to cancel the show, sadly. So
What a shame. What a shame.
I know for that alone. But Olmec lowering the gate is exactly right.
Wonderful.
Song number 3 here.
So here's the thing. I thought I knew what this was when it happened. But then you played another one.
Okay.
And it made me question it. So can I skip to the next one?
Sure.
For a moment? Can we take number 4, please? And then we'll go back.
I will say that no game show repeats. These are 8.
That's the reason why I'm having a little trouble here. So can you play number 4, please?
And also, these are all name brand game shows. None of these are like obscure shows. These are all.
Well, I appreciate that.
You have heard and seen these programs. So.
I have no doubt.
Number 4.
So I believe that is from the game show Press Your Luck, and I believe that is what is the sound of one spin passing? I believe that's the sound of when a player passes their spins to someone else.
That is a passed spin on Press Your Luck. That's exactly right.
So I can tell you now. I thought that was the buzzer sound in number 3 from Press Your Luck when in the multiple choice or in the question round. But since we're not repeating Press Your Luck, I'm going to come back later if that's okay.
It is close to that now that I think about it, and it may be. We'll determine that in a moment. But song number 5.
One more time, please. It was a lot fainter that time, but
I'll play a little bit louder.
To me, it sounds like a car horn. There are a few game shows that give away cars. I'm not sure about that pitch. I'm still going to go for it because I think this is a pretty good guess for it. I think it's the car horn that is used to signal an answer in the affirmative to the question, ladies, do I have at least some number of numbers right in the game One Away on The Price is Right?
What's a more succinct way to ask that question?
Chris, is it the One Away horn on The Price is Right?
There we go. This is the almighty sound effects lady.
As it is now.
The One Away horn from The Price is Right. Exactly right. Very well done. Number 6, we pass for now. Mm-hmm. Number 7.
See, that feels like it's another. I hit the button. I'm locking in. I want to signal and I have an answer. Can we take number 8 first?
Yep. Give me number 7 and number 8.
Can that one cut out near the end? I'd like to hear it one more time, please. So I'm hearing a bump, bump, and there's sort of a hum before, and I'm not sure how much of that is ambient sound. But since I'm hearing the bump, bump, just one more time, please. Yeah, the rhythm of it's right. Even if it's coming in faint, I think that is the singular somehow beat in the end catchphrase. Next time you're at the checkout and you hear the beep, think of the fun you could have on Supermarket Sweep.
That is exactly what that sound is.
Wonderful.
That is exactly right. David Ruprecht's closing statement on Supermarket Sweep. That is the sound effect from that. So it is 3
and
7. 3.
Yeah. One more time, please. That's a nice long one. I just want to say that the sound effects thing is brilliant and I love it. Or is it that? Oh, decisions. One more time. This is I think a deeper cut, but I think it's still well known enough for it to potentially be it. Is that the sound they use though, or is that more of a? It's very well could be Mark Goodson though. It's not Family Feud. That's you can use that in your Family Feud soundboard. I think I'm going to go with my best guess on this here, and I'm going to say that it's the sound of a contestant ringing in on the Alex Trebek double dare, locking out the other player's thing.
That is not the answer I have. The problem is this is from an older game show, and it would not shock me to find – I didn't go through, like, every sound effect to get this right, and I haven't really watched much of that show.
That's fair. That's understandable.
We'll just let that hang for a moment, and we'll go to number 7.
One more time, please. It's so long. One more. Just in absence of everything else, I don't know that it's right. But it's such a long thing that I don't know that it is someone signaling in. I'm going to say that is the sound you hear when the banker calls to make an offer on Deal or No Deal.
That's exactly the sound in question. That is the phone that rings on Deal or No Deal. Very well done. So what the intention I had is that if you got 5 or 6 right, is that you would get full credit on it. And
well, thank you.
If you would have gotten 4, the game would have been played. You would hear the other 2, and if you got both of them, you would get the full credit. A nice hole-in-one or 2 situation.
Oh, I appreciate that. What turn?
Number 3.
Yes.
That is the 2 heads or Team White buzzing in on
Blockbusters. Yes, it is. It's not the same sound. It's not the same sound.
And what is the other 2 that we did not hear? 1 and 6. This is song number 1.
Well, at first I thought it was the Wheel of Fortune wheel spinning, but then it kept going on at the same speed. Can we hear it again? I didn't really get a good listen that time. Can you play it one more time? our audio is having fun. Yeah, I'm not sure, but so that we don't belabor this too much, I'll just guess the Wheel of Fortune wheel.
It is a wheel, but it locks into place 3 times.
Oh, yes. It's not a wheel so much as reels.
It is real.
Joker. It's the Joker's Wild. Yes.
Wild. And song number 6.
Well, no, hold on. Can we hear one again now that I know that that's what it is? Yeah, there's a ka-chunk there. Yeah.
This one is like locks into place,
Yep.
or the natural triple. And song number 6.
Oh, of course. You got the Africa map.
There it is. It is exactly,
And you don't know where Nairobi, Kenya is.
is exactly a wrong the map round sound.
Yes. Oh, wait, you have to hope that you're just looking for Lake Nicaragua. That's how you win.
That is the Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego, the map round for a wrong sound effect to try to get 7 locations in 45 seconds. But that is exactly right. Extremely well done on all of that. And you earn 4.5 on all that.
Wow.
Only missing the community coin toss by a half. So
What a shame. Well, thank you. Wonderful.
Extremely well done.
Thanks.
I'm glad that game show question was so well received and you were able to get the right thing.
I absolutely loved that. That is
you were going to do good. That is great.
Very good. May I take a pit stop while you speak to the folks at home for a moment?
To warn them about what's going on right now. So as usual, all of our pauses here. Right now, this is week 8 or 9. I think this is week 9 for me inside, and hopefully all of you are doing well in your self-quarantines. Hopefully you are staying safe and being clean. Make sure you keep washing your hands and wiping down your surfaces. You might be accumulating stuff in piles in your workspaces, like your couch and your dining room table, on your kitchen counters, and it's important that you keep being diligent and making sure that your stuff is straightened up all the time, because it's easy to get stuck in the same place all the time. So make sure that you keep being tidy as much as you possibly can. Wash your clothes, because turns out that's all bad. You should probably be wearing a mask when you go hiking or jogging outside, and just you gotta keep being safe and keep following the recommendations. Don't go drinking bleach. That's been proven not to be good. In fact, it's bad. And but hopefully you are enjoying. We're at the halfway point right now. We are just, hopefully there's less multimedia things on my end, so there'll be, less delay on all that. So, but that is it. But there you go. Just some off the dome health safety tips about during all this. So
very good. Yes. Always listen to Dr. Chris King as he advises you on
following doctors from the TV that are the good doctors and not any of the bad doctors that are somehow coming out of the woods right now to say not good things during the time where only good things should be said.
That's a very good point. Are you ready for your second round?
Absolutely.
I believe the other format you had for this was free throws, 3-pointers, and then half-court shots.
Right.
So we're to the 3-pointers. So round 2, question 1. What word that first appeared in 1933's 5-finger exercises is a corruption of the phrase "dear little"? That's DEAR, little. Question number 2. Only one performer has been inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame twice in the same year. What musician was inducted as a member of 2 bands in 1997? Round 2, question 3. According to Merriam-Webster, what food's English name, which dates back to the 19th century when it was first brought to America, comes through German, but ultimately from the Latin word brachiatus? That's BRACHIATUS. Round 2, question 4. 4 of the 8 control styles in what video game are Honey, Solitaire, Kissy, and Good Night? And finally, round 2, question 5, your mathematician question. In 1921, Louis Antoine discovered Antoine's necklace, a counterexample to the claim that all Cantor spaces are ambiently homeomorphic to each other. But why did Henri Lebesgue suggest Antoine study 2- and 3-dimensional topology in the first place? So those are your 5 questions for the second round. If you're watching at home and you want to have a think on your own, now would be the time to pause the video. And we're back. And we're going to take it in round 2 with Chris. Chris, here's your first question. What word that first appeared in 1933's 5-Finger Exercises is a corruption of the phrase "dear little"?
Corruption of the phrase "dear little." 5-Finger Exercises. And I haven't hit upon this, what exactly this is supposed to be. I've got one answer. I don't like, but it's an answer that fits, I think. 1933 feels around this time. I don't really know what 5-Finger, I haven't put with 5-Finger. 5-Finger Exercises seems like the name of a thing. Like, it feels like the name of like an old, like, Disney or Looney Tunes short. Like, it has that kind of like beat, that beat to it. But dear little, the word I have is a word I feel like you could use for dear little from that long ago. And with nothing better, I'm going to guess Kimosabi is my guess on a lark.
It's not Kimosabi. That's reasonable.
That's an old word that doesn't really, I don't think it really means anything. Like, I think
it does either.
Yeah, they use it like Lone Ranger, and I think it just kind of means, like, it's a word that now means what it means. It doesn't have, like, and it wouldn't shock me if it was mistranslated and it's just 2 words shoved together, you know.
Sure. Well, I mean, when I say corruption, I do mean like someone over and over. If you try to say "dear little," eventually you might hit on
Sure.
the other word. I can tell you that this word is better known for appearing in a 1939 collection.
1939 is collection. It's either going to be books or movies or poetry or some kind of dear 1939 collection. I want to be literary. That's how you collect things, is in a literary sense. You know, short story collection or poetry collection. What's a made up word? 5-Finger X. So I guess 5-Finger Exercise is the work that this, like, it's the collection. Is 5-Finger Exercises the collection?
It's not. So 5-Finger Exercises came out in 1933.
Gotcha.
It was created in 1933, I should say.
I mean, it sounds like something to do with something like, I want to say exercises, but some kind of like athletic strength, like, you know, something like, you know, you would read a book called 5-Finger Exercises, you know, or it's 5 fingers, maybe some kind of math or puzzle type thing.
I'll tell you, it is a word from poetry. 5-Finger Exercises, I believe, is a collection of 5 poems, and then the collection later on is a collection of poems.
It's a poetry collection.
It is a poetry question. I can tell you that this word does not appear in Merriam-Webster's dictionary.
Sure. But what's a poetry collection from 1939?
I can also tell you that by my research, the word has appeared only once in a New York Times crossword grid, but then it was as part of a longer answer, a 15-letter answer, if you're curious. Well, I mean, while the word is better known for appearing in a 1939 poetry collection, it's even better known for appearing in a 1981 stage adaptation.
So it's oh God. Could this possibly be the made-up word jellicle?
It absolutely is a made-up word, Jellicle.
That's made up. That's funny.
When T.S. Eliot used, I think it was his niece, poor little, she would say as pollicle, so he wrote of pollicle dogs, and dear little cats or jellicle cats, as she would say.
You know, I watched the movie. I watched the movie on a Sunday afternoon by myself in a theater with no other people. There's no joke in any of that. And they don't ever explain what a jellicle cat is. They describe other words about it, but they never get around to like stating what a I think it just means cat. I'm pretty sure jellicle just means cat.
And that's the thing. Like in the original sense, it comes from dear little. So it's for what it's worth, the 15-letter grid spanning entry is the jellicle ball, and I believe that was sort of it was in a cat's themed puzzle, and like that. This is from back when that was your theme. You have Heaviside Layer and jellicle ball, and that's your theme.
That's so funny and dumb at the same time. The best combination of things.
Yes.
Dumb and funny, and jellicle being the answer. That's great. That's great.
There you go. Your second question in this round was, only one performer has been inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame twice in the same year. What musician was inducted as a member of two bands in 1997? I saw you giving me a face, and I wasn't sure if that's because you knew it straight away or if because you thought it was going to be a different question.
No, I mean, when I hear the question, only Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductor, usually there famously is a question where the answer is Eric Clapton.
Yes.
Eric Clapton notably has been inducted 3 times.
That's right.
The fact that I feel like the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame knows and will continue to make sure it's true. They will go out of their way to make sure that a person doesn't get nominated 3 times to make sure it ties the record. And it very well might be Eric Clapton again, because he was inducted for 2 bands that weren't him. Because that's the trick. But I'm trying to think who could this be for 2 people in the same year. I almost feel like it has to be someone that died, like because like you would they were like someone died like in I don't know how it works, like 92. I don't know how many years you have to be dead. Like I know like baseball famously is 5 years, but there's no rock and roll music's different. You don't like retire, like you just continue to do things until you don't one day.
Right.
I kind of want to be someone that died. So we're like, you know what? These 2 bands that this person was a part of should both get in at the same time. Just, kind of rush the process. I think any of, I don't think Crosby, Stills, and Nash, in Young, all of them were kind of with their own band. And I'm not sure if that group I forget if that group gets in individually or as a collective. That would, because if they get a collective, that's a band, and then all 4 of those guys have a chance to be in it. And if it's not, they got in individually, then it's not. I know Neil Young's in it twice, but I don't know if it was for individual and group or group and group. There's just lots of good musicians. That's the trick. There's the rub, and I like somebody from that group, honestly. That feels good. They were all in successful other groups, and it wouldn't shock me that, they would get in for both Stills and Nash, and then like was it called Buffalo Springfield, I believe was the name of the group that one of them 4 was in. I don't have anything better. I don't really like, there's lots of people that have you have Paul McCartney for Wheels and Wings, and however you want to slice it. I don't think it's a woman. Most women in the Hall of Fame are individual, or they'll have one group. There's not too many women that are famous for 2 different groups of bands. Usually they have a band associated with and a solo career associated with. Rarely do you have 2 bands.
I like the line you walk between good general knowledge and discussing institutional sexism. So well done.
I mean, there's tons of accomplished women in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Of course.
Just rarely is it in groups of people, usually. Most women in the Hall of Fame have extremely successful solo careers that earn their right flat out. They just don't. It's guys that hop from band to band. That's the thing. It's just
no loyalty.
Yeah, they just have no loyalty. Women have one band they got started with, just ultra good. They're like Diana Ross, for example. They'll have a Supremes, then they leave, have a great solo career, and they'll retire at that point. They just don't, hop into a second group of musicians. So I guess a little sexism, I guess, in the underlying root of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, which there is, of course. But women are just more independent when it comes to making their own music, having solo careers. I'm going to go with a member of Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, and I'm going to guess, with nothing great, Crosby, David Crosby.
David Crosby was inducted for his work in the Byrds and for his work in Crosby, Stills, and Nash, but not in the same year.
Yeah.
If you had to pick another member of Crosby, Stills, and Nash, who would you go with?
If I had to pick between those with that squad, I think Stephen Stills also had a good career. I might have to go with the third one, but I would go one down and say Stills is my next guess.
Stephen Stills was inducted for Crosby, Stills, and Nash, as well as you mentioned, for Buffalo Springfield. And both were in 1997. That is the correct answer.
Great.
Graham Nash was also inducted twice, the other time for the Hollies.
Yes, I knew that band, every member was in the Hall of Fame, I think twice. One for, I was pretty sure it was the group, and then another thing they did. I think it's one of the only groups, I think maybe the Beatles also had that distinction that every member of the group is also in the Hall of Fame for a different reason. They're all individual in a group, so that's exciting. And then is Neil Young? It was just
Crosby, Stills, and Nash that was inducted together.
Got you.
CSNY, I do not believe is in.
The Y of CSNY.
If they were, then we'd have more answers to the question.
Exactly. That's
inducted 3 times, and we can't have that.
That's right. That's the thing about I'm pretty sure when Libya changed their flag those years ago, they knew they were doing something. They knew what they were doing. They were like, you know what? We're going to stop being the answer to that question, and they were going to.
Moving on. Question number 3. According to Merriam-Webster, what food's English name, which dates back to the 19th century when it was first brought to America, comes through German but ultimately from the Latin word brachiatus?
Man, I wish I knew what BRACH represented. Is it just long? Is it just long in Latin? That's a good, just a brachiosaurus and all. I think that's Latin, not Greek. I wish I knew what BRACH. If I knew what that meant, that might help me out a lot. And that might be what the question was even saying you didn't know what BRACH stands for.
You can say how words are formed.
That's how words are formed. Spelling bee's going to come back next year, or they'll never have it again because last year's was so good. Why make a new one?
That's right. That's right. You can't top it. Why bother?
Why bother? Just stop it right there and call it the greatest. Have it have the series finale be the greatest event of the entire sport. That's
yeah, we're done.
Yep. Why even try? I wish I knew what BRACH was. It might mean long. It might mean tree. It could be either neither of those. Broccoli feels too easy. I'm pretty sure you wouldn't spot me BRACH if the answer was broccoli. That seems like a poor question.
It's not Brock's hard candy either.
There you go. Exactly. It ends hiatus, which is just a side note. That doesn't mean anything. Nor do I know what hiatus means either.
Yatus?
What'd you say?
Yatus? Oh, sorry. Sometimes it's hard to pronounce words.
Oh, yeah.
Hiatus.
Food. It's kind of something like traditional. They didn't have brands back in the day. Brought to America. So it's not an American food, but turns out most of America's food is not from America. Talk about not knowing something. So it's got, I mean, German land, so it's got to be Europe, not like Mexican food or something like that. I feel like it's got to be something European, but unfortunately, lots of words come from Europe.
Well, this word comes through German, but ultimately from Latin.
Sure. As most words at some point do, you know. I don't have a lot here. 19th century food. I am going to, I don't know. I don't even have a guess here. I'm striking out completely. I'm going to say.
Go for it.
No, that's not even. That's from Mexico. Chocolate's from Mexico, so that's not the right answer. I mean, I want to say a fruit. I mean, like it's kind of like a fruit or a vegetable. That's the only foods that existed back in the day. They didn't learn how to make dishes until the 1900s. That's a joke. It's not pizza. Pizza's the only food I can even think of right now. Like, I'm blanking out completely, and that's not it.
You're right. It's not pizza. We'll come back to that later because you'll see why. I'll make sure to tell you about this. Let me give you a little help with the word brachiotis.
Yes.
So you were saying lungs. Why were you thinking lungs?
I think I thought I'm trying to remember the word. I'm trying to bracket there's some part of the lungs that means that starts with BRACH, and I can't
where it splits off into all the bits.
Yeah, I'm blanking on lung anatomy right now.
You might also remember that there are some muscles in your arms.
I don't know that
the brachii name in it. It means this particular form of that word brachiotis means having branches like arms.
Okay, so I guess the branch. That's what the middle part is.
Absolutely. So yeah, you were on the right track. Yes, but it's not the lung part. It is having branches like arms.
Yeah. So that's why I was like, broccoli actually feels better because it branching. Yeah, I was like, if it was tree or branching, that's still broccoli. Mm-hmm. But I still don't know what this is. I might need another hint on a food here.
This food, I'll tell you, it's not broccoli.
Yes,
at this point, I would have said no, it's broccoli. You might be more used to thinking of these arms crossing or being crossed.
How about pretzel?
Is the correct answer.
And that's I would not have had that. That is but yeah, that's very good. It is German. That is true.
The Germans made it into bretzel, BREZEL. And then we corrupted it from there, like a good old Jellicle pretzel.
There you go. I bet jelly on a pretzel is probably pretty good. I bet yeah. I mean, you put jelly on a bagel, you can put jelly on a pretzel.
That's right. You get it with the works.
Exactly. God, you shouldn't eat that much. You fell asleep.
Question number 4 in this round. 4 of the 8 control styles in what video game are honey, solitaire, kissy, and goodnight? To be clear here, goodnight is one word.
Yes, and that's the only one I have a connection to is goodnight. I'm not great at the history of video games. I've tried to learn and get better. And I knew of some things, but good night is the one that I think is the key one. I want to say that there is a good night mode. That's the word they use. Maybe it's Doom. I'm not sure. But I think I've heard that there is a setting in Doom called Good Night. And with nothing better, I'm going with that.
Okay. Well, you have given me very little chance to do a quick Google for Doom Good Night. I'm not seeing anything here for that. And Doom is not the correct answer.
Yeah, there's a game that has a mode called Good Night, and it means it's the most difficult. I think it means like the whatever, the impossible hard expert. It's
Right.
the word for their expert is Good Night, and I'm trying to remember what it was. I never played Doom, but I remember there's a game, a famous game that has Good Night is the difficult setting.
Well, I want to be clear here that this is not a difficulty setting. This is a control style. So think of this as how the buttons on the controller would map to actions that you could take with your character. So like in a Mario game, changing which button jumps to which button runs and things like that.
Maybe it's like random. That'd be weird if or maybe that makes they're all black. I mean, it's all like midnight. They're all dark. Kissy, Solitaire, Honey. Jesus. Man, I thought Good Night. I swear I've seen Good Night for something. I can't remember what it is. I don't know. I don't think I know this. This is
okay. I can give you a little more help if you like.
Yes.
There are 4 other control styles, and so I will give you their names: Plenty, Galore, Domino, and Good Head. Again, Good Head is one word.
Would this be? Could this be GoldenEye, the video game?
The correct answer is GoldenEye 007. That is correct. Absolutely.
That is good.
All of the control styles are named after Bond women.
Solitaire, I recognize. Honey, I'm missing. Kissing and Good Night, yeah.
Honey is Honey Rider from Dr. No.
Yeah, that seems right.
Solitaire is, I believe, just that from Live and Let Die. It's Kissy Suzuki from You Only Live Twice. And Mary Goodnight from The Man with the Golden Gun.
Gotcha.
Now, interestingly, he said, perhaps slightly facetiously, depending on how much you care about this, those first 4, so this game was released for the Nintendo 64, which had that strange 3-pronged controller. You have 2 hands, you pick 2 prongs to hold.
Right.
These other 4 control styles actually required you to use 2 separate controllers. That way you had 2 control sticks because the Nintendo 64 only had a single control stick on its controller. Plenty O'Toole is from Diamonds Are Forever. Pussy Galore from Goldfinger. Domino Vitale from Thunderball. And Holly Goodhead from Moonraker.
I recognize the other 4. Those were the 4 you picked were good. Yeah, that's middle series. I've seen a few of the middles on the ends, but I haven't seen a lot of the middle ones there. So
yeah, the video game question that is secretly also the film question.
Exactly.
For what it's worth, GoldenEye 007 is the 3rd best-selling game on the Nintendo 64, behind only Super Mario 64 and Mario Kart 64. Take that, Legend of Zelda.
There you go.
So I look forward to their response. Before we get to the math question, I told you that I wanted to speak to you about pizza. Well, not quite pizza, but the calzone. Because I almost was going to ask you about calzone, because calzone has some interesting word origin. Do you know where it comes from? Not for any points here.
I just assume it came from the locale calzone zone, the title of the restaurant.
Good. Calzone is the singular of the calzone, which is Italian for trousers. So calzone is a singular pant leg.
Oh, that makes sense.
And they're not sure exactly where it comes from. It seems like some people think it looks like that. I'm not sure I buy that. Like the common thing is you carry it around, right? It's a pizza to go. So perhaps you could keep it in your pocket, but that seems a bit much.
Sure. I wouldn't want to carry a calzone in my pocket. That's
anyway. I thought that was kind of interesting. Some food word origins, because I know you like your food trivia.
Do, and words are a good thing too.
Absolutely. So now to the math question, mathematician question. In 1921, Louis Antoine discovered Antoine's necklace, a counterexample to the claim that all Cantor spaces are ambiently homeomorphic to each other. But why did Henri Lebesgue suggest Antoine study 2- and 3-dimensional topology in the first place?
Why? That's a weird, looking for a reason as an answer here.
That's right. Like I said, we're going to have a little bit of fun with this. Go for a type of question you couldn't usually ask.
I don't really know what Antoine's necklace is. That's something that I don't really have a good grasp on that.
Take a torus and now fill it with a chain link torus. And now iterate by replacing all of those chain links with a chain link torus.
Sure.
Toward infinity.
There it is.
And then take the intersection of that.
Exactly.
As one does.
And take the derivative. One derivative for good measure. I was trying to say like maybe the 2D and the 3D, if you do it like it's just the Mobius strip and the Klein bottle if you you expand it by a dimension. But 1921, that's pre-war. Maybe it's to do with Manhattan, like it's actual scientific discovery as well. Let's see. Not a lot of good answers here. I'm gonna say for purposes of nuclear research. Not anything good. It doesn't feel good. It's just an answer.
And it most certainly is an answer. It's not the right answer, I feel. I'll tell you this. Lebesgue gave a couple of reasons. I want the overarching one. Mm-hmm. And I can tell you before he studied math, Antoine had been a math teacher. To lower levels, but not a researcher. I'll give you a couple of hints. Topology is a relatively new field of mathematics.
Okay.
If you'd like another hint, you just say the word.
I wouldn't say like. Yeah, I don't think I have anything more for. I agree. Topology is a newer branch of math.
Oh, good. That's nice.
We weren't worried about it back in the day. That was a more, you got to get more computer type stuff to really figure these things out.
So
space research, but that still seems 40 years out of date.
Space.
Yeah.
Space.
Yeah.
Antoine was a reserve lieutenant in the 72nd Infantry Regiment of Amiens, or however you say Amiens, Amiens.
Nah, I still don't have.
So while the Second World War is not relevant, the First World War absolutely is.
Okay. So they're known for their trenches, their gas, the creation of the tank. None of those really feel. I think about topology. I'm trying to figure out how topology shapes into this.
Topology itself has nothing to do with
right, but yeah, the 2 or 3 that folding things out.
Again, like I said, there were a couple of reasons Lebesgue gave.
Yeah,
they both stem from one overarching reason.
More efficient warfare. That seems like still not vague enough. Still vague enough. Even if it was
quite it. Louis Antoine served in the war and was injured.
Prosthetics?
No.
No, still.
If topology is a relatively new field,
right,
then there would be fewer papers to have to read in it.
Like
Before the war, Louis Antoine would have had no problem reading a math paper.
And then
After the war, would have been a lot harder.
like Braille or
What happened to what happened to Louis Antoine?
maybe he lost his hands. They were
No.
lost his arms, lost his eyes,
No.
lost his fingers. Like
You said Braille. Why did you say Braille?
it was like if it had been harder to like sometimes like, it'd be like he maybe became blind. I guess it would be hard.
That is the correct answer. Because he went blind.
Oh, and so just
they would not have been available in Braille, and someone else would have had to read them to him. So when Lebesgue was meeting with another member of this same regiment that Antoine was fighting with, like they were friends already, and he had said, "Oh, well, can you give this guy any ideas on what to do?" And Lebesgue said, "Oh, well, you can study mathematics, and you should study this new topology thing because you won't have to worry about reading anything." And in his words, translated to English, in such a study, the eyes of the spirit and the habit of concentration will replace the lost vision. Because thinking about these things three-dimensionally,
right,
that's more powerful than just looking at something on paper, because you heard my description of this necklace.
That's tricky and good.
So there were two reasons, but both stemming from his blindness, because Louis Antoine was certain that he would not be able to take his job as a teacher back up.
Gotcha. That's good. That's a good, that's a very good story too. That's a very good story as a question. No, I had to go all the way down to the end of the road there. I will not take any credit on that. You had to walk me over the finish line, but a very good math question there.
Well, hopefully we learned a little something.
Absolutely. Well,
so there you go. I've got you down for 2. Does that match what you got?
That sounds perfect to me. 4 halves, and then there we go.
It was a very good effort.
Right now, we both have 6.5 as we go into our third round.
How are y'all doing at home?
That's right. Hopefully. Lots of good questions being asked around, and we will see how round 3 will shake out for all of us. So here we go to you on round number 3. Here we go. Number 1. Not too many classical music pieces are ecologically minded. What biome appears in the common title for an 1880 symphonic poem by Alexander Borodin? Number 2, according to xwordinfo.com, what is the most common clue in the shorts era, appearing 138 times, even more than high blank, JAI blank, which appears 125 times? The last time this clue was used was in October 2018 in a puzzle by Neville Fogarty.
Oh, son of a gun. I want to be clear here. It's not necessarily for the entry ALAI.
Right. So, for example, for that clue, high blank appears 125 times. They have not come up with a new high. There's not another alive clue. It's for.
Sure. Of course. Good. Thank you. Sorry. Carry on.
Number 3 is there are 4 different U.S. states that have 2 different state beverages: Kentucky, Nebraska, South Carolina, and Virginia. For each state, one of the beverages is milk. I want you to name the other state drink for each state. I will say that of the 4, only one is alcoholic. Number 4, a country that received independence in 2006 was also the setting of the title location in a 2006 film with a box office of $616 million. I want you to name both the country and the film. And number 5, we started out with the content of game shows. We went to the presentation. And now we end with the other part of a good game show, the prizes. Number 5 here is John Carpenter famously won $1 million on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and was invited back for a Champions Edition where he won an additional $250,000, thus earning $1,250,000 from the show. Other than Millionaire, name every other U.S. game show that has given at least this amount of money to one contestant. I'm looking for just U.S. game shows. I am not telling you how many there are, but you need to name every U.S. game show that has given at least $1,250,000 to a single contestant. So a lot of pieces to that.
Okay, well, I'll ask my clarifying questions later.
We'll come back to that, exactly. So that is, those are the 5 questions there. Take a pause when you need it, and we'll start back at number 1. Is not too many classical music pieces are ecologically minded. What biome appears in the common title for an 1880 symphonic poem by Alexander Borodin?
I'm grasping at straws to figure out what to latch on to here. I mean, tundra, taiga, steppe, jungle, desert, forest. I'm running through things that could make sense here for a symphonic poem. Alexander Borodin. I don't know it off the top of my head. I can't think of any works by him off the top of my head. I think I'm gonna have to take the quick guess on this. What would you like to hear? What would you like to hear in a poem made of instruments? Peter and the Wolf. That would be nice. Like, could we emulate animals? Like, could we get a Prokofiev thing going on here? Yeah, maybe that's the best thing I can think of, because if it's like desert or if it's tundra, maybe there's wind, but I don't know. I'm not sure if this technically qualifies as a biome, but I think I will go with jungle.
Going with jungle?
Yes.
Is not jungle. Is not
Okay.
here. Alexander Borodin was a member of the Mighty Handful. That is a group of 5 Russian composers in that set. He's best known for 2 different compositions. One of them is the opera Prince Igor, and which notably music from it was adapted into the musical Kismet.
Wow.
And Borodin actually received a posthumous Tony because apparently the music won for that Tony Awards. Borodin, who had been dead for like at least 50 years, won a Tony after all that.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yes, but his being Russian is pretty prominent to the answer.
Okay. I mean, that's something I considered, and I mean, Alexander, that's what most Russians are named. Is it tundra?
Not tundra.
Is it taiga?
Not taiga.
Because the answer should be taiga. That is generally a great answer.
Yes.
Is it the more specific Siberia?
No, it is not Siberia.
Is there a chance that it is steppe?
It is.
Wow.
The name of the composition is In the Steppes of Central Asia, and it's a very nice piece. I really enjoy it. But In the Steppes of Central Asia, and it is the steppe, exactly, because it was about the southern Russia geography.
I mean, that's why I pretty much went through. I was like, let's go with Russian biomes first, but
yeah, exactly.
Like I have a hard time picturing what that would sound like.
Yeah.
So I know what I'm going to listen to after we.
Very nice. It's a nice. Has that like slow Appalachian Spring feel to it. It's a nice piece. I really enjoy it. But there you go. Number 2, bringing it home to you, is according to xwordinfo.com. What is for those of you that are not in the crossword community, that is a very prominent website used for tracking all statistics about the New York Times crossword puzzle. What is the most common clue in the shorts era, appearing 138 times, even more than high blank, which appears 125 times. The last time this clue was used and was in October 2018 in a puzzle by Neville Fogarty.
Can we go back to you looking up questions I've missed on game shows in the past and going with that instead?
There you go.
Yikes! Oh, this is a great question to ask me. I appreciate your fanatical devotion to my work.
It comes from wanting a good crossword trivia question, and you look at X Word Info to find some good stats there, and then you stumble upon a web page where your name is on the top of it, and you're like, well, where's the question right there?
Because there are very few pages on X Word Info where you will find me. I'm not surprised to hear that one is the list of people who are unoriginal, because time after time I'm told, nope, that's already been done. Interestingly, I feel like there are 2 ways that this word and this clue come to hold this great position. I guess I should ask this. It's 138 times for the same word.
This clue appears 138 times.
Okay, but not necessarily for the same answer.
Yeah, correct. Okay. I'll say that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because that's interesting to me, because my first thought was it could be a word that just shows up so much, because there are words that have shown up 1,000 times, I think, like your area or your R or your era, things like that. That said, I feel like it would be easier for this to happen if it's something like lie, A-L-A-I, where there is legitimately just one way to clue this word. Or, as we've been discussing, it could be that there's more than one word clued by it, but like it's something as simple as blank tide, and the answer could be ebb or neat or lee or something like that. It hasn't been used since the last time I used it. So there could be something about it that's fallen out of favor. Either the other people are better at writing clues, or the words it's used for are no longer smiled upon. This is definitely a half-court shot, but I like it.
I might even say that if you got this from the first crack at it, I mean, this is like a dude perfect shot in my opinion. Like, this isn't a half-court shot. This is a absolute like from space kind of shooting a basketball.
Okay. No, man.
And eventually, I'll let you take a crack at it, and then I'll tell you the word that or the clue. I'll tell you what that clue.
What word I clued, at least.
That's right.
The thing that
I'll give you one hint before that, though. I will say, if you don't, if you want a first guess, I'll give you a hint for it.
I mean, I was about to come to a little thought on this.
Okay.
My thought was the collection of words. Directions come up a lot, like north, northwest, but those usually get unique clues for the different directions. So I don't think that any of one of those will show up enough, since folks use this city to that city direction. The other thing I was thinking of is that units of time era, age, and eon show up a lot, and they're all long, and they're all 3 letters, unless you spell eon the other way. So my best thought, and I know that I'm willing to put any of those answers in a puzzle. So it could be that, and I'm going to take a shot in the dark. We're going to go from space.
Yep.
And I'm going to say lengthy period.
It is not lengthy period. Let me see. They have a list on X Word Info. That doesn't really seem to be. That's not a bad guess at all, but it is not that. I'll say that even though when you used it, it wasn't. Oftentimes, according to the history of this clue, it's used for 15-letter entries.
The problem is I don't think I've ever used that as a clue because it's so lazy. But the first thought when you said that was simply theme of this puzzle. But I don't think I've ever done that. Like typically a revealer, it'll be ... and a hint to blah, blah, blah.
Right.
So, I wonder, let's see, what bird did I put in that was like a scarlet tanager?
Yeah, this is wild. This is a wild clue.
Wild.
You could ask this in a room full of a tournament solvers, and you probably still couldn't even get a good answer. Like,
yeah. Well, ask Jeff Chen.
you probably would have the best shot at getting it right.
Let's see. I'm on the struggle bus here, so let's. It shows up a lot. I mean, I'm trying to remember. For some reason, it just went through my head. Are you on Expert Info right now?
I am, yes.
I can see if banana split is the 11-letter answer that shows up the most often.
Yeah, I can do that.
Because I'm trying to see if I can figure out what if there's a single 15-letter answer that would show up most often.
That's the wrong page. Let's see. Most popular words by length. The most common 11, there's 2 8s. One is banana split. The other is on cloud 9. That's exactly right.
I feel like I have done something very wrong at some point in my life.
Good knowledge. That's good knowledge.
Good Superstore reference in there with Cloud 9 as well.
Cloud 9.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll say theme of this puzzle, even though I don't expect that to be right.
Theme of this puzzle has appeared 61 times in the New York Times crossword puzzle.
When did that last show up? Do you have that data?
Oddly enough, July 2013. And apparently Boston was the theme of that puzzle, according to...
How delightful. That old Boston themed puzzle.
So, your word that you clued with this clue...
Yes.
Lost liquid.
Okay. So I know the puzzle. I was thinking this might be the puzzle. In this puzzle, the clue was indeed a linked clue. So it sees something across. Because lost liquid is seepage. So I had page in the puzzle, and it would have been in the same row as lost liquid. Okay, so it for those of you listening at home, I'm sorry. The way that this puzzle worked was, usually in a puzzle, if you see C blank across, you go look at that clue, and it'll probably reference the clue you're looking at. So like if it says C15 across, and then 15 across says with 23 across, the name of some movie you've never seen, then you go 15 across, you start your answer, and then you continue it at 23 across. Here, I do C15 across, and 15 across just has some answer in it. And you are supposed to take that answer, plug it into the clue, and do C page, read it together as one word, and it's seepage. Now, if I'm not mistaken, let's see here. I believe I had seepage, sea king for like in search of, see the for like something with boil in it. Do a something boil. I don't. It was bad. And see saw probably. Did you see saw?
Actually, I don't remember what I saw at all.
No. Yeah, Mose and I see saw all the time.
King, Saul.
I have Page, King, the, and Saw, and I think because I'm a weirdo. I said let's put these in an important order, and I wanted to try and disguise things as weird as possible, and so I think either Page or the is the first one because I wanted people to think, oh, see page, like that reads like a thing. And so I want that to be the first one. And so that would put it in the top. And so at this point, since it's lost liquid, if I'm drawing out a crossword grid, I've got 13 across the top. No, again, knowing me, 13 white squares across the top, 14, 15, 16 across. It's a Thursday puzzle. Do I dare try to fit it in that top row? And do I put it on that side or do I put it on that side? I will say, is the answer C17 across?
C17 across is the correct answer. That is right. And it's wild to me that that's the answer.
My thought, and I was thinking about this as well, in addition to where I would put it in the grid, it's that third row. If that's where like you have a two-parter, I feel like that's where the first part fits.
And C17 across appears the most times. It's high blank, basically all being a lie. Pro blank, so like Rada, Ams is the most recent one.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, Mana blank, all Kia and Loa. Put away, the word over, the word up, the word fooey, and these are all perfectly fine things. But it's weird that the next most common C blank is C1 across at 74.
Whoa!
It's weird that apparently all the C blank, it's apparently C17 across is like consistently the one that's used. And even odder is that no one's used that same one. Most of the other entries in the top 20 probably used 2019 or 2020, but your C17 across has not been used in any puzzle in the last 18 months.
A challenge to all constructors out there.
Exactly. Like, I don't think that's a weird thing, but C17 across is the most common clue in the New York Times crossword puzzle.
Beautiful. So, I am proud to be the answer to the question, who's the most recent person to use it?
And then you're gonna be solving a puzzle one day and you're gonna be like, damn, they got me.
Well, guess I gotta do another one.
I do know it's another, linking clues there.
Well, time to get back on the horse. We're riding again.
17 across. There you go.
Brilliant. Oh, I love it, Chris.
And it was good that it was a theme entry. I mean, like meant for a theme entry, but it's so plain of an answer to C17 across. Like, yep, there you go. That is it. Now we go to some drinks here. So there are 4 different U.S. states that have 2 different state beverages: Kentucky, Nebraska, South Carolina, and Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
So for each state, one of the beverages is milk. Name the other state drink for each state, and only one of them is alcoholic. There are 4 different drinks, by the way, and only one drink is alcoholic.
Well, as you know, I've lived in 2 of these states.
That's right. That's why I feel very good using this question.
Right? When you think Kentucky, you think bourbon. So my first thought is bourbon, but it's not my only thought. The other thought is there's a soft drink that's real popular there called Ale 81. And if Kentucky is not the one with the alcoholic drink, then I would imagine it's that if they're allowing for brand names. So it's sort of a question of, is this a brand thing or is it an alcohol thing? Those are the 2 that pop to mind there. So I'm gonna bank that, and I'm gonna have a think about the others, and we'll watch as that takes too long, and then we'll come back.
There you go.
Nebraska, Cornhusker State, something with corn. My first thought here is just it's straight up high fructose corn syrup, right out of the jug. I can't think of a drink, of a beverage that I would associate with Nebraska. I know very little about Nebraska. What would Warren Buffett do? The Oracle of Omaha.
What's he drinking?
Yeah.
What do they serve at diners and restaurants in Omaha?
Yeah, these are the questions. Virginia. What do I associate with Virginia when it comes to having something that's not milk? Virginia, yikes. Virginia's got a little bit of coast. It's broad. Well, Appalachian something going on. In South Carolina, Palmetto State. I don't know that there's a palmetto juice. Don't
think so. That's a question I'm going to go look up pretty soon. Anybody ever tried to distill the tree into a drink? And I haven't.
Let me know how that works out.
To my knowledge, I've never seen the palmetto drink in this state.
Yeah, South Carolina. I think I'm going to be taking a pretty big L on this one. Will you allow me to take these separately, or
you want to try?
Yeah. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm playing for half a point tops, and I will be happy with null point if it comes to it. For Kentucky, is it bourbon?
It is not bourbon.
Now, is it the mint julep?
It is not the mint julep either.
Is it Ale 81?
It is Ale 81 is the other state drink of Kentucky.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to have had that in the punch bowl.
That's right. It's Ale 81. Apparently, I've never had it. Apparently, Kentucky loves it.
Kentucky does love it, and like it's literally ale, ALE, like ginger ale, and to me it tastes like sort of a weaker ginger ale. Gotcha. Than the numeral 8, and then
the word 1 is O-N-E.
I think they write out the word 1, and then also on their label they say a late 1. So a little bit of punnery there.
I guess it probably sold at Cracker Barrel. As you know, they have that wall of sodas. They always have a Cracker Barrel.
I'm not sure if you can get it outside of like in the.
It's very possible.
But it's a very big deal.
I have bought Moxie outside of Maine, so maybe it's possible L81 is
Well, so that means someone else gets the alcoholic beverage. I find it straight. Just for the purposes of trivia here, you said these were the only 4 with 2 state beverages, and they all had milk.
A number of states have just one state drink,
Right.
and these are the only 4 states that have 2 state drinks. And in fact, one of their 2 is
Always,
I think
that's
always they kind of respect, the state's cattle and farming industry.
that's a fair and reasonable thing to do.
Why a state has milk as a state drink is from the dairy industries of those states.
Sure. Nebraska. I want to do something with a corn in it. Is it vodka?
It's not vodka.
Yeah, this is tough.
3 clues I can give here.
I will gladly take any clues at any rate you like.
So 1, high fructose corn syrup. That's probably very close to what we're shooting for here.
Is it Mountain Dew?
Not Mountain Dew. Number 2 here. This is a very famous drink brand name.
Okay. Is it? Is it? Is it? No, it wouldn't be that. Not for Nebraska.
What was your thinking?
Well, my first thought was Coca-Cola, but I can't see them going for it because of Georgia.
That would be something if Nebraska stole Coca-Cola from Georgia.
Yeah, and then I said Dr. Pepper, and I say, well, Dr. Pepper's a Texas thing.
I'll give you another hint here tonight.
Yeah, please. Push me over the edge.
A 2-word hint I could give that would bust this one wide open.
Is it Kool-Aid?
It is Kool-Aid.
That's even better than saying the hint.
That's right. That's exactly the right answer.
That's beautiful. Yes. I mean, I can't imagine that is anything other than
that is
sugar. Good.
Kool-Aid is a Nebraska invention. Well, I think but Nebraska.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, is there? They really love the Kool-Aid. It is a state drink there. It is Kool-Aid.
Very cool.
So we'll go to South Carolina.
Yeah. Your home. Yes, I love it.
South Carolina. Any guesses you might have here for a state drink?
I'm having a tough time with it. I'll be honest with you. I have not spent much time in South Carolina. I spent a week in Clemson last summer. And then before that, I have to admit, I think most of the time I'd spent in South Carolina was driving through it. My parents lived in, I think, Charleston for a while. But that was well before I was around. So I know it's Southern. I know that I have not hit upon the alcoholic beverage yet. So I'm trying to think if I'm in Myrtle Beach on vacation, would I want a boat drink? And so I guess if I had to take like a shot in the dark, I'd say a tequila sunrise.
Not tequila sunrise. If you had to guess a drink for the state of South Carolina, what would you guess? Just a drink.
Just a drink. A lemonade.
Close.
An iced tea.
There it is. It's just tea. It is tea is the other drink. Notably, because
I should have hit on that earlier. Yeah.
Notably, there is a tea plantation in the Low Country.
Ah.
And it is the only place in the United States where tea is grown. It is actually, and there is, so like South Carolina grown tea from a plantation down near like Charleston is the only place where tea is grown in the United States.
Very cool.
But and also because tea is just everywhere. You can't escape it. And you're now state of the state of Virginia, the Old Dominion.
Okay, so now we've hit upon where it has to be the alcoholic beverage.
Indeed.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like a mixed drink or if it's just a drink proper. I know we've got some vineyards out here, so it could be a wine. it could be like that would be awful. Like it could be playing to like the Appalachian stereotype and have it be moonshine.
It's
Um,
not moonshine, but that is not a bad guess, honestly. But it is
uh,
not.
uh, I mean, how could Kentucky not have bourbon, but Virginia has?
Very good question.
Um,
For the one for Virginia, it's associated with a very famous person.
oh, gosh. Well, we've had a lot of Virginians. Thomas Jefferson, always the first one who comes to mind. Um, let's see here. A lot of presidents. Grant liked a tipple. I can't remember where he's from and if he really cared just beyond whether it was alcoholic or not. Famous Virginians. Writers, sports personalities. I'm going to need a stronger push, I fear.
It's somebody more first than Thomas Jefferson.
Is it Washington?
It is George Washington.
Is it just whiskey since Whiskey Rebellion?
Is George Washington's rye whiskey is exactly.
Oh, wow.
Apparently George Washington, amongst his various business ventures, he had a distillery there in Mount Vernon, and apparently in the last years of his life, it was the largest whiskey distillery in America at the time. And it was just like, George Washington's rye whiskey. And I think apparently they found like a barrel like sometime in the last 20 years, and apparently they named it a state drink. And I think it's still made in some capacity there in that neck of the woods. But George Washington's rye whiskey.
My goodness.
Yep. So there you go.
Wow.
But no, L8 won. There's your good Kentucky connection there. And yeah, it is not bourbon. It is a soft drink instead, obviously. Yeah. And mint julep, also a good answer.
Yeah, because then I said, it could be something you make with the bourbon. Definitely a Kentucky icon.
That's a perfectly good answer. Honestly, mint julep not being right is somehow a shame. But no, LA one is your.
That's okay. There's a lot of cool info in there.
Yeah, I like that. I like good connections for each of the states, why they're important there. And now you have cool names from Nebraska. It's good to know. Number 4 is a country that received independence in 2006. Was also the setting of the title location in a 2006 film with a box office of $616 million, which is significant. Name both the country and the film.
Huh. Okay. Country that gained independence in 2006. The first thing that came to mind, and I don't know if this doesn't strike me as right, was East Timor. But for some reason, I think East Timor might be a little before that. Because I know Timor-Leste, or however you say it now, but I think at the time it was East Timor, and I can't remember if that was independence or not, but I just remember suddenly this is a thing. Also something about Kosovo. I can't remember where we stand on Kosovo anymore. Kosovo is sometimes a thing and sometimes not.
I will say that if Kosovo's right, that would count, for example. Like that is, yeah. I kind of believe in the Sporkle 197 as a good list of countries. That might be flawed in terms of the number of countries. My number is the number Sporkle has in the list of countries quiz.
Okay,
that is currently 197, and it has,
that's entirely fair, and I recognize that a country that existed then may have changed its name or merged or
sure, exactly,
or since then. Yes. And then 2006 in film. Just to date me a little bit, that's the year I graduated high school, or at least I convinced them to let me graduate. So 616. That's a big number. Let's see. I think that's before Avatar came out, and Avatar made more money than that.
And it was not set on Earth for.
Well, we don't know. We haven't seen the sequel. Plot twist.
God, what a plot twist!
Yeah, it's Planet of the Apes all over again.
Jesus, what a twist that's going to be like.
Yeah, James Cameron teaming up with old M. Night Shyamalan.
It's going to be movie 2, 3, 4, or 5 that will reveal that Pandora is Earth the entire time.
Place your bets now. Let's see. It could be a Harry Potter film, but I don't think any of those. Let's see here. 06. Azkaban. Where is it? I don't know.
I can tell you it's in the middle of the North Sea.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say it's not really in a country. And I think that would have been around the time or later. That's not it. That's a wrong tree to bark up. What else is big then? That's kind of pre-Marvel. It could be The Country in No Country for Old Men. But yikes. Will you read me the question one more time just to make sure I pick up on all the nuances?
A country that received independence in 2006 was also the setting of the title location in a 2006 film with a box office of $616 million. Name both the country and the film.
There is a chance that this is New Indiana Jones. This could be the fourth Indiana Jones, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. I did not see it. But was that out that early? Let's see, when did Shia LaBeouf do Holes? Let's see, Holes. Well, Holes would have been maybe 01, 02. Could it really have been that fast? I did not see it, but I could see that being in middle of nowhere because I watched Raiders of the Lost Ark when it was on CBS the other night.
Very good.
Because the CBS Sunday night movies, they're back, man.
Why not? It's the time.
They had all the key map elements. We love the map elements. And I remember, I think they end up somewhere in the South Pacific, or in that neck of the woods. I'm trying to remember. So it would make sense. Like, it's not unheard of for them to do that. I'm going to say that it was then East Timor, now Timor-Leste, and the film is. I mean, that's going to be a big one. Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
East Timor, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, your two guesses there.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, it is neither.
Well.
East Timor is, I think, about 2000? Let me look. 2002 is it.
Okay.
And just looking up the other one. Crystal Skull is 08. And
swinging a miss on both of those.
Oh, you said, yeah. I was like, that feels about right. And it was 2 years after. Man, I did not have that.
Well, I also know that I think I'm going to need some sort of help here because I'm trying to come up with this 06 thing, and I know I was forkloading the hell out of stuff in college.
So I'll give you the hint for the country here.
Okay.
Country, it was one country and became two. And I would say less of a successionary movement like East Timor or from Indonesia, for example.
Right.
I would say it was almost like a divorce, and one became two.
for some reason, I think South Sudan is way later than this, and that's why I haven't been entertaining that. But then, I mean, anything that happens, say, on the Nile, I guess, is theoretically possible. I think the Nile goes through Khartoum and carries on. Is the country South Sudan?
Is not.
Okay. Well, that's exciting.
South Sudan was about 2011, according to Wikipedia.
Okay, it could be one of those Eastern European. It could be the Kosovo thing. It could be. I can't keep track of all of that Eastern European stuff. Is it Kosovo?
Not Kosovo.
Can you give me a hint towards this film that I'm most certain that I did not see? I can't wait to be wrong about that, but
yes, the movie is from a famous franchise of films.
okay. Yes, this is certainly it's Neo Japan and the Fast and the Furious Tokyo Drift.
There you go. That's what that is. It is not. It is not that.
Okay. Well, I was on the right track with a franchise of films at the start. It could be a Bond film because I asked a Bond question. You could just as easily ask me a Bond question. But it has to have a place in it, or it has to have a location in it. If I'm post GoldenEye, because that's 95. Having a tough time figuring out if it's one of those. Is it a Bond film?
It is.
Shoot. Delightful that we both wrote Bond questions, by the way.
I'm genuinely stunned that we both stumbled upon James Bond question. I'm not like this huge believer in like Bond trivia, you know, like I just happened to write one, and it's just crazy that you also happened to write one.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. And mine started out as a video game question that turned into a movie question, in all honesty.
I ended up being a geography question that ended up being a film question.
Let's see. What is what? There's a chance that it's the newer Casino Royale, and it's just a question of where is the casino. Is it Casino Royale?
It's Casino Royale.
Okay. Well, I want that to be. I don't think if I've seen Casino Royale, I've seen it once. Is it? I mean, when you think casino, you're either in the States and you're in Nevada or New Jersey, or you're at say an American Indian casino. When you think in Europe, maybe you think like San Moritz. You're thinking Monte Carlo. You're in Western Europe. I can see this though going Eastern, or you could be like you think Macau, you think Hong Kong. I always get in trouble with a question of, oh, which of these is a country and which of these is a special administrative unit.
I'm playing by the Sporkle 197.
Yes, of course.
It's hard to explain to people, but if you know what that is, it's a very good definitive list of the countries.
Right.
you get in the weeds. I like the pointless description of, the
Yes.
United Nations, but that also leaves out Taiwan, which I think is a that's an oversight.
Yeah, that's kind of a yikes moment.
Yeah, that's why I like the Sporkle 197 as a good.
I'm not sure if it's on it, but when I think casino, I'm just getting a gut. It's pulling me over. Is it Macau?
It's not Macau. It is in fact Eastern Europe.
Okay. Is this? I can't remember if this just happened so long ago. Is it North Macedonia?
Not North Macedonia.
Okay.
Macedonia's been a country for a while. North Macedonia is the recent name change.
Right. Okay. It's just a name change. That's why I'm
not sure when Macedonia got its own when its independence there.
Let's take maybe one more guess. Is it? Did this happen? Is it just Montenegro?
It is Montenegro is the right answer. It is.
There you go.
Montenegro.
Leading me right to it. And all I could think of was Bosnia and Herzegovina.
They are still together, but Serbia and Montenegro divorced and became Serbia and Montenegro. I believe, I don't really know much about how it became its independence, Montenegro. I like to think it was like a divorce, not like a succession movement, I'm not sure if like Serbia was the powerhouse, I'm not really sure.
Yes. Serbia is the powerhouse of the Serbia and Montenegro.
Yeah, that feels right. Serbia being the country, but again, I'm not going to play Eastern European politics. And but yeah, Montenegro was its own country, and that's where the casino was. Which
brilliant. Yeah. Nice find.
That was a very good find like that. That all worked out. And now we end with our game show question.
Yes.
The money. It says John Carpenter famously won $1 million on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. That's a very famous. I feel like you knew that, and was invited back for a Champions Edition where he won an additional $250,000, thus earning $1.25 million from the show. Other than Millionaire, name every other U.S. game show that has given at least this amount to one contestant, and you have some stipulations.
I wanted to ask, so the same way that John Carpenter won his 1.25 in 2 appearances.
Correct.
Will allow more than 1 appearance.
In the sense that the game show's ledger would have shown that they have given checks that equal at least this amount to that person.
Cool. And by game show, are we ruling out any possibilities of things that might be considered competitive reality television?
I would say yes. These are, I would say the answers I'm looking for would all be in the traditional game show category. And
Okay.
if you have any questions about reality show, you can ask that. But I would say these are all game shows in the traditional sense.
Wonderful. Okay. And it has to be to a single person. So if the prize is paid out to a team, then we're assuming that the team took equal parts.
That is a very fair assessment, yes.
Okay, cool. Okay, so obviously, first thing that comes to mind is Jeopardy. They've been re-airing the Greatest of All Time tournament. Ken Jennings famously won over $2.5 million on his original appearance on the show. So that, in my mind, is certainly one of them.
I'll let you know right now, not a spoiler alert, Jeopardy is the correct answer.
Yeah, I feel like that.
Do you know how many people have earned $1.25 million from Jeopardy?
Ken has, Brad Rutter has. James did not surpass Ken, but I believe James hit like 2.2 million, something like that. Or he may have only hit like 1.7 or something. Those numbers are jumping out at me. But James Holzhauer, certainly between his original appearances and his own Tournament of Champions win, passes that mark. It becomes the question of did Brad's partners from the All-Star tournament, did they make it on? Let's hear. Who was that? There was Larissa Kelly and I think David Madden.
Right.
And it's also, how about Julia Collins? She could have done it because she was on for 20 episodes to begin with. and then made other appearances. But 1.25, that's a lot. I think it's just the three.
It is just those three. It is, James had basically, if he'd have won the game he lost on his original run, if he'd have won that, he would have surpassed Ken's streak total.
Mm-hmm.
And then, but no, David and Larissa both earned $1/3 and they are now 4 and 5. David Madden has 773,000. Larissa has 660,000. And then it's Matt Jackson, then Roger Craig, and right now Jason Zufrineri, he was on this last season. He has 532,000. He has not played his Tournament of Champions.
That's right.
And should he win the $250,000, he'll become number 4. He'll become the flat-out number 4. And Julia Collins had 428,000 her original run, and then I think she thirded in a Tournament of Champions, and then became number 10 right now. But no, Jeopardy, not a spoiler, has given at least $1.25 million to contestants, and it is just those three.
Sure.
No other millionaires in the group. There's only 3 millionaires in Jeopardy, and they all compete against each other.
Nice.
I'm not gonna lie. Here's a hot take.
Well, what about Watson? Watson earned a lot of money for charity.
That's true. I don't think Watson earned more than $1 million. Yes. Yeah. I don't think that I don't think second and third in a tournament, the ultimate, the GOAT tournament, should be $250,000. I think it should have been like 50,000. I think you shouldn't get $250,000 for showing up for a tournament for things you've already been good at. I think it should have been $1 million, 100,000, 50,000.
I will say this. I feel like they had to put their reputation on the line.
Sure.
So I mean, like you gotta give them enough money to get them out of bed, right? Because if one of them says no, then you have to go. And
100,000 is not bad, but yeah, I think
now maybe if they had done, we'll pay you $100,000 per game you win with a $50,000 consolation.
That's not bad either. Yeah, but yeah, I think $250,000 for not winning seems like ultra easy. That is like, I mean, of course you have to be good to get there, but you know, that's editorializing. That's just a point I have. But no,
we certainly have opinions.
Everybody is right. Fun fact, as you might have guessed.
Yeah. Oh well, that's good. I've been considering Jeopardy's partner program, Wheel of Fortune, because Wheel of Fortune did add $1 million wedge. But in the time since they've had the $1 million wedge, I don't believe they've ever had a champion come back for champion reasons. I know they've had someone come back on because of like an error in the bonus round or something like that. But I don't think that they've done like a Friday final format since then. They're just trying to spread the love among as many contestants as possible. So it would be, I think, impossible just about to win $250,000 in the front game and then win the $1 million. So I don't think Wheel's on the list. A show that I think is on the list is one where the one person who won more than $1.25 million is a mutual friend of ours. So I think Million Second Quiz, as long as you are not considering it a reality program, because
I will say that is a game show. I
agree that is a game show because it had people answering questions, facing off against each other. They also had to live in certain quarters for the duration of the program. So that's sort of a reality aspect, but I would call it a game show. And famously, Andy Kravis won $2.6 million on the program because Ryan Seacrest and his crew wanted to make sure that they beat out Ken Jennings' original run on it, so they could say, we gave out more money than anyone ever. So I feel like Million Second Quiz must be one of these shows. Now is where it gets tough. Because when you think about shows giving out $1 million prizes, there have been $1 million game shows in the past where it wasn't $1 million cash necessarily, but it might be $1 million paid out in an annuity or as part of a prize package. there's, what was the name of that show? It's like, but the one I'm thinking of where they have like a big computer keyboard, and it's something like the $1 Million Chance or something like that. I know that the $1 Million was won, but I believe the contestants were couples. And in that case, that's going to split it in half, and that's not going to count. And again, can you clarify, are you looking for pure cash totals, or will you accept cash plus value of prizes?
For the game shows that I have as correct answers, cash is, I believe these are not given out in prizes. I believe these were all given in cash.
Okay, thank you. So I can't imagine that it's that or really anything else pre-millionaire era. So I'm thinking that the other things that could come up are the other big money shows that sort of were the spawn of Millionaire in that 2001 to 2004 period, where suddenly every network says we need the next one of these. Although, I got to make another note. Okay. First thing that came to mind was Greed. Greed had a team, but people left the team over time. The top prize was, I think, $2 million at some point. And I know that they also had a jackpot at some point, and there was Super Greed. And Chuck Woolery, just pick one set of rules. Come on, man.
Chuck Woolery has only gotten better with time. He has aged
like a fine wine.
Fine wine, Lord.
Yeah. I also have to make a note there. Geez, the more I think about this, wow.
This is meant to be the hard.
Yeah. This is such a good question. I know that they brought people back to play. They had $1 million moments. They had people who had gone really far come back, and like they faced off against each other. And I believe Curtis Warren came back on the show and won $1 million by naming movies that were released in the 90s or something like that. And I think he won that on his own. And it's a question of whether or not he had money that he had previously won, or if no, he had nothing because they had lost. So I'm trying to figure out if they walked away. And if they walked away, would he have had more than $250,000? If they walked away with $1 million, I can't imagine that he'd go for the $1 million solo. That wouldn't make sense. If he did, he would have had 200,000, maybe 400. I don't think it happened. I think it would be him, because I don't think Dan Avila got his question right. I don't think it's Greed. The other show, the show that NBC tried was a reboot of 21. We were talking about 21 earlier. And they went crazy with how much money you could win on this. They said, yeah, we'll just give it away. And I know someone won, I'm confident someone won over $1 million on it in just facing off against a couple of opponents because they had a bonus game on it. Did they pass 1.25? I want to say that they're 1.1 or something like that. I don't think it's 21. The thing that there are a couple of things came to mind. One of them was 1 versus 100. Well, 1 versus 100 had $1 million top prize. I know someone won it, but it was like one guy against a wall of all women, and he won on the question of which of these is the biggest greeting card selling holiday. And I believe the answer was Christmas. And all
the right question to ask for this, because this is all incredibly correct. Lots of great knowledge being demonstrated. Yeah. I'm glad it's been weighing down my brain that the $1 million answer on 1 versus 100. This is exactly the right question to ask. I'm so glad I asked it.
Yes. But I think he just won $1 million. So I don't think that's it. The other thing that crossed my mind thinking about big money shows of the present, The Wall, which they're sort of, I think, burning off now or something. I can't remember. You can win, theoretically, I want to say $12 million on it. And I know that people have won over $1 million, but it's another show where you have a team. It's a team of two. And so they'd have to win $2.5 million. And I cannot imagine. I don't see that happening, just because the structure of that show is built so that you win a lot of money, but then you lose it before you can walk away. So I don't think that's it. I don't think Set for Life fit. I don't think Show Me the Money, the Bill Shatner hosted ABC show, I don't think that ever gave away over 1.25. The other thing, thinking back to older times, our man Wink Martindale, he hosted Tic Tac Dough, and famously, before we had Ken Jennings on his run, we had Tom McKee. And Tom McKee won a ton of episodes of Tic Tac Dough, and people talked about it the way they talked about Ken Jennings. But it was a lot harder to win a lot of money on those shows. Like, you win a match, you can win thousands of dollars, but the match might carry over and over and over. Then you finally win, you try to beat the dragon, win the big prize. I want to say he might be in the 400 or 600 thousands, because he was on for a long time and he's very good, but I don't think he won over $1 million. And now I have to ask myself, am I missing other huge shows? I mean, I'm ruling out things like Amazing Race, a Survivor, even a Fear Factor.
Yes, none of those shows would qualify.
And are we considering Super Millionaire to be covered by Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Super Millionaire, it would be, but I will say that
I don't think anyone made it.
No one ever won more than 1 million from Super Millionaire.
Yeah.
One guy got $1 million, but no one ever got I think 2.5 was the next.
I think it was. And that's why I wanted to ask, but I didn't remember anyone making it.
I would consider that in the Millionaire franchise, however you want to put it, but yeah, it is not Super Millionaire.
I believe it's known as Too Fast, Too Millionaire, but yes.
Exactly.
Let's see here. I really want it to be that one of these other shows is on the list, because part of me is thinking it can only be these other two, but at the same time, there's that meta question of, would he ask this question if it's only these other two? They did $1 million password. That's the thing. The $1 million is the top prize for so many shows.
That's why I asked this question, because there's almost so many $1 million game shows. It's hard to find good lists.
Yeah.
Of shows or people that have won $1 million. So it's easier to find these higher, because it's that difference between $1 million and $1.25 million is a lot in terms of people that have won that amount.
I'm going to say that it is as simple as Jeopardy and million-second quiz. That's my answer.
Yes, sir. Those are both correct answers.
Mm-hmm.
There are others.
Damn. Are there others in the plural?
Yes, there's at least two.
I'm going to add in both Greed and 21, and I'm going to see, is that right?
That is a correct answer. Incredible Greed knowledge about Curtis Warren, that he had 410,000.
So he took the Terminator and went for it. I couldn't remember if he had gone.
2 installments, $1 million and 410,000. And he had is 1.41 million, and 21. The guy's name was David Legler, and he won on 6 episodes 1.765.
Wow. Okay. Woo. That's a delicious question.
And I'll let you know there's one more game show, by the way. There is one more game show that has is a correct answer.
Oh, shoot. Now, I meant to ask this earlier. Are we restricted to American programs?
You're all American, yes.
Okay.
I don't know how many international game shows. Most $1 million US, I'd say. You know.
Sure. I could see. I know that America in the U.S. Fox had a very short-lived version of Boom.
Sure.
But I think it's the Spanish version. They had a team that kept coming back, and I don't know what their payout is, but it could plausibly be very high.
There's one more, and I'll even say you have not mentioned it.
Well, that's good. We're just gonna throw that out then.
Yeah, without all the suspense there.
I don't think it's weak. So things I thought about: Winning Lines. That was a CBS $1 million game show, but $1 million was the top prize. It only aired like 6 episodes, so I don't think that's it.
I don't think
they didn't bring anyone back. It could it be Minute to Win It brought someone back?
No, not Minute to Win It. By the way, you mentioned The Wall earlier.
Yeah.
The Wall, I did not have this in my notes before. People have won more than 1.25, but I believe it looks like the highest money amount won to date is 1.67 million. But I think it is split evenly, so no one's won.
I mean, they're typically married, so
exactly. They're always in pairs. That's the point of the game. And but no, yes, no one has that. So I can give you a year.
I was going to ask, can you give me a year?
The year is 2007.
The year is 2007.
I'll do year, network.
Okay, so that's the year I was on Crosswords.
It's you, Neville. Did you not win?
No, I did not.
$1.5 million from the Xbox bonus question.
Yeah, they didn't have those in my episode. Again, Merv Griffin, pick one set of rules. R.I.P. What would have? Okay, that is prime 1 versus 100. That is like I'm picturing my dorm room freshman year and sophomore year. What's on NBC? Oh, because they gave it away. They said we're going to give it away. Well, did they give away more than $1 million? You see, I ruled this out because I said no. Top prize is $1 million. They have a hard time giving away $1 million, but they might have tried to rank it with $2 million. Is it Deal or No Deal?
It is not Deal or No Deal.
The timing works for that, but
I went through a bit of Deal or No Deal stats in the last couple of days to confirm this because I was like, that feels right. They had a bunch of money on that show. They'd have more than $1 million as top prizes.
They went through a spell where they said we're going to fill up the whole right column with $1 until someone wins it.
Exactly.
Which is not the point of the show, but okay.
Apparently,
they also did it with like $2 million there at some point.
So the highest winner on Deal or No Deal history was $1 million, and it looks like no one ever got $1 million from normal gameplay. No one ever won $1 million from the traditional 26 cases. There was only, even though there was more than $1 million, like $2 million, $3 million, $4 million at some points, no one ever won it. Deal or No Deal's top prize ever given out to one person was $1 million. I really went into some good weeds looking through some, finding these Deal or No Deal.
I appreciate your time.
Also, Wheel of Fortune, I didn't know this, when you win the million, you win what you earn at the wheel plus 1 million. And it was like 1,030,000 or so.
Right. Yeah, and that's why I said let me run the numbers. Let me make sure that works.
And also, women exclusively have had the chance to win. No, apparently it was a man and a woman together for one episode for one of the $1 million chances, but only women have had the crack at the $1 million. And unfortunately for people involved, it's 3 and 5 is the record. The first 3 were $1 million winners, and I had to watch the video on YouTube earlier of like 5 consecutive $1 million losses, and that hurts. It does. It's not fun to open up the envelope and show you, oh, that $1 million isn't yours. That's a bummer. It hurts. It's not a great watch.
I do not envy Pat Sajak.
To the 3 people that did win, and I'm condolences for them.
Oh yeah, big commiseration fest.
Yeah, it's not great. No.
2007. Yep, that's NBC. What's Fox then? Give me the network or whatever hint you had next.
Network is ABC.
It is ABC. Okay, and it's. I mentioned Show Me the Money. I don't think anyone made it that high. I mentioned Set for Life. I think that's early for Set for Life. ABC. Did you do the NBC chimes that said ABC? Doom, 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 doom.
That's that pre-Lost music that I'm a big fan of, is the ABC. When I hear the ABC noise, that's always the binging Lost and hearing that at the beginning of every single episode. I'm a big fan of hearing that sound and being like, Lost is on. That's when there it is. I'll give you the host if you want the host. Now,
because Show Me the Money was definitely on my freshman year. And that matches with like when Shatner was on ABC for Boston Legal. That's not that. It's not that. What else the hell was on ABC? That give me the host.
Oh, it is Mike Greenberg.
Duel. Son of a. Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's a show.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's what I haven't thought about in a moment is Duel, which I always liked. I thought that was a good show.
I thought it was good. I thought that they made some bad choices.
Sure.
There were just things about the format that I didn't understand. I thought that the main idea of the game was good. Like the whole you get to save your chips, or if you're not sure, you can use more chips. I think that's clever. But the weird tournament format or picking who your that whole thing, was weird.
So there's two seasons of it. Yep. Ashley Register, like cash register, which is that's a good last name. We have
very Chris Moneymaker of her.
Exactly, and she won $1.795 million.
Wow.
And the second season, the guy won $500,000. He did not end up doing as well as Ashley. For however that all worked, but yeah, is Greed, Duel, 21, Million Second Quiz, and Jeopardy are the 5 other game shows other than Millionaire, and that is exactly right.
What a question! I hope everyone was on the edge of their seat for the past.
I know that is some riveting. I like to think if you have good game show knowledge, this was an extremely good conversation.
Yes, I enjoyed the conversation. I'm glad I didn't go in further with Greed and 21.
You had it, and I was like, but that's a full half credit there for you have the good knowledge demonstrated, and you did not do a Duel, which is fine. Honestly, that's very fine. But no.
Very good.
Because I knew it was gonna be like my hardest question because it was like, can you remember Duel and it's like and I knew that would be the one. Jeopardy I figured you'd get, and Duel I was pretty sure you would be the true pulling the sword out the stone.
Well, I'm happy to have simply remembered the 21 reboot.
Exactly, very good knowledge. That's exactly right. Oof. You were the father. And
Well, are you ready for your round 3 questions?
Here we go. I want some more dual trivia, by the way. Hopefully you got some.
Well, we'll see what shows up.
See what shows up is a good description.
What event took place for the first time on March 16th, 1964, at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Montreal, and for a second and final time on October 10th, 1975, at the Chobe Game Lodge in Botswana? Chobe is spelled Chobe. Round 3, question 2. Since 2010, the airport that has seen the most cargo by weight pass through it annually is Hong Kong International Airport. The airport in what U.S. city comes in second by this metric? Round 3, question 3. Italian Renaissance architect Andrea Palladio was the inspiration for a concerto grosso for string orchestra whose first movement, an allegretto, is closely associated with an advertising campaign for what type of product? Round 3, question 4. In 2007, after attending a performance by the Carlton Singing Knights, college student Austin Hall wrote the letters IT on his left palm and the letters ER on his right palm. Why? Round 3, question 5, your mathematician question. The celebration called Broomsday commemorates a walk taken by what mathematician? That's capital BROOMSDAY. So if you're still watching at home, make sure you're staying hydrated. Check your posture.
Absolutely. Water.
And if you'd like to have a think on your own before Chris puts himself through the ringer on this, pause the video now.
Yep.
And now you're back. So let's kick it off with round 3, question 1. Your first attempt at greatness. Good luck. What event took place for the first time on March 16th, 1964, at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Montreal, and for a second and final time on October 10th, 1975, at the Chobe Game Lodge in Botswana?
Man, what a specific thing.
Right?
Oh, so having it at the Ritz-Carlton in Montreal, I don't know what this is, by the way. I'm that's a good place to have it. Isn't a major hotel in a major world city. There's no doubt about that. But then you get it a second time, 11 years later, in Botswana. God, what on earth is this going to be? A world event? I want it to be either. I feel like it has to be either a meeting / conference or a competition. That's the two things you have at a hotel. You either have a conference or you have a competition. I don't know, I want it to be like a chess world championship, but like something in that vein of things, I mean, obviously there's been more than not just in Botswana. There's been more since 1975. It could be the appearance of a person. Like this is the two things this person. Like these are like the two. Not like I'm just like Ali Fraser fight. Something that there was two of. There's been others of the same kind, but not the description.
There are many like it, but this one is mine. Sure.
Exactly. Now that I think, I mean, obviously it's not that. What a random, and this would have been like near South Africa during apartheid. Like, this would have been like Southern Africa during the bad era of the time of bad South Africa. What's like I want to be like a fad that kind of like waned out. You know, like it hadn't. Those big 64. They waited 11 years to do it again, and then they were like, "Now we're done at this point." And they haven't done another one since. Lord, what a 64, and it wouldn't have been like Olympics related, or 75 isn't at all. I don't know what a guess is going to be here. I mean, any tournament I can think of, they've had other ones since. You know, like every sport has tournaments every year. You know, and they wouldn't do them every 11 years either. God, it's a big cicada convention. Joking. Every 17. I honestly don't have an answer here. I'll take a hint and see.
Well, here's a minor hint. Still, for all the marbles, I can tell you with certainty this event absolutely will not happen again.
Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. Huh. So I like it to be like something that died. Either someone that died. I mean, it has to be either something incredibly rude, offensive, or bad where they wouldn't do it again. Or it's like a person that died, for example, like an Elvis something.
I beg your pardon. He's still alive.
That's right. That's right. We laugh until the 2023 Elvis reunion where he's back in Vegas and it's like, look, I'm here. That would be something. He's getting all that money that people use at Graceland and go to his house. He's just saving that up in a big trust fund.
There you go.
Never happen again. It got destroyed or someone died. And it happened in Canada and Botswana. Man, what the hell happened in Botswana? No, I'll take another hint.
So I can tell you that it's not a competition.
Okay, that's good to know.
You're on the right track when you say a meeting.
Sure.
That's the starting hint I'll give you if you want to explore that a little further, or I can point you in the right direction.
I figured meeting or convention, some kind of people coming together where they need ballroom space,
And I think you're hitting on the next thing. Tell me what sort of events might take place at a fancy hotel.
Yeah, you'd have what kind of meeting would you have? You'd have an alumni reunion thing.
Mm-hmm.
That would be Tuskegee Airmen reunion. That'd be something that.
Yeah, let's go to Montreal.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go to both Canada and. I was trying to think of like a famed group that would meet, the 60s and 70s, but probably wouldn't be meeting today, and something military related. Yeah. Man, something in the ballroom, fancy people, university alumni, politician, something, like a politician fundraiser. It's not bad. A fancy dinner of some kind. I don't know what, but some kind of fancy dinner. That's probably just every event in a major fancy hotel.
I can let me try and point you a little further in the right direction. There were primarily 2 people involved in this event, although others were present.
Sure. Ooh. That describes a wedding. A wedding has 2 people. But then it's coming up with who it could be. So it's 2 people that got married, possibly remarried, or it's one person who got married twice. Then they died. This person probably died, which is probably why we'll never see a wedding with this person ever again, is because they died.
I'm asking for an event that took place twice. So use that as your guidance for how you wish to proceed.
So I like it to be like a wedding thing. I like it to be a wedding thing. What I don't even know. This isn't. I don't even know if this is right. If it was weddings, people that are famously married more than once and then married twice. What if it was? Oh God, it's like Elizabeth Taylor and is it Richard Harris that got married twice too? That would be an answer.
The correct answer is the wedding of Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton.
Richard Burton. That's right. That's right. Richard Harris was Dumbledore. Richard Burton was the. Yeah. There you go.
There you go. They were married twice. And the second time, tourism in Africa, like safari style, was just becoming a thing.
Right.
And they wanted to get away from all of the paparazzi, the tabloids, and they went off to do it in secret and didn't tell people ahead of time.
Wow.
Because they had been married, separated, and then were getting remarried.
That's incredible. What a very good question. Richard Burton. There you go. That's the. I know there's a list of canonical list of the husbands of Elizabeth Taylor. I do not.
And certainly I didn't have to tell you that both of the people had both taken part in similar events.
Sure.
So I'm trying to let you know, yes, it was the same people.
There you go. That makes sense. I'm excited. That was right. Very good question. That's excellent.
Nicely done. Question number 2 for round 3. Since 2010, the airport that has seen the most cargo by weight pass through annually is Hong Kong International Airport. Port in what U.S. city comes in second by this metric?
Oh man, what a fair and good question. Is airport cargo amounts after? So I have a few choices. I haven't figured out which one I like better. I like it. I think it has to be a somewhat coastal, like the hub of a continent. Like the same way how New York kind of services Europe, like you kind of have to hit that neck of the woods if you want to fly out, go to Europe. But I don't really like New York as an answer. That's not a. I feel like you wouldn't pick LaGuardia or JFK as your answer here. I like Miami because Miami services, I think, Africa and maybe even South America. I feel like it kind of goes that way. And maybe even when I went to Italy, we stopped in Miami before we went out to Europe. So that services a lot. I feel like San Diego may do a lot. San Francisco, not as much. Seattle would service a lot of. I think Seattle really is a gateway for a lot of Asian travel. I think I've never flown out to Asia, so I don't know what's the typical. Is it San Francisco? Is it LA? Is it Seattle? I feel like one of those three is probably the right answer to that. I like those. And Houston possibly. I don't really like that as much. Because maybe Miami would service South America, Africa, and possibly Europe. I'm gonna guess Miami.
That's an entirely reasonable guess. It's not right. I'm gonna give you a second go at it. Think of that as sort of from space. Let me give you an additional clue, and you can still have another go at it for the full point. Because I almost put this in the question originally, and I wasn't sure. While Hong Kong has seen about 70 million passengers in each of the past 5 years, present year excluded, of course, the American airport that I'm looking for has seen closer to 4 million passengers each year.
Huh. So how many you said Hong Kong had?
Hong Kong had 70 million.
Yeah, so this is 0. Yeah, so it's an airport not necessarily known for people. Because I think like ATL was the number 1 by a lot, and I think it's like 100 million people go to. So what's going to be an airport? I think SeaTac and the Seattle one. I think the ones I've listed. I guess San Diego. I'm not saying there's a big San Diego airport. I don't know that. I know there's Air Force bases, but I don't know there's industrial. I think SFO, SEA. Houston's, they're all big. Maybe San Diego is a second guess. Not anything good, but I think it might serve us some similar. I don't like anything out east. Everything I get out east is yeah. I don't like. I don't like anything in DC area. Don't like Chicago. I'll go San Diego. Is it San Diego Airport, whatever it's called?
Yeah, I'm just looking for the city. So San Diego suffices as an answer, albeit a wrong one, I'm afraid.
Uh,
So I can give you another hint that might point you in the right direction of how you might be able to figure this out. The city is home to the headquarters of a major company that was founded in 1971. Now, that company was founded in Little Rock, but the answer isn't Little Rock.
sure. Yeah.
And I'm talking about where the headquarters is now.
Ooh. I'm about to say. Uh. Ooh. Little Rock. I mean, 1971. That could be Walmart is a. That's not going to.
Now, Walmart, I believe, was founded in Bentonville.
I'm making sure it wasn't. I think there's something in Little. I think there's a connection with Little Rock, but it's not strong. You know, like, oh man, what's a company founded? I was like Boeing's in Chicago. That would make sense for plane stuff. 1971, major hauling, like moving product.
Yes.
Yeah, and it sounds like this airport was known for moving that product. It was. Let's say like Houston would have like space stuff, which isn't bad, but it's not that. How about Memphis, Tennessee?
Why would it be Memphis, Tennessee?
I think FedEx is that neck of the woods, and that would be
Correct answer. Well done. It absolutely is Memphis for that reason, because FedEx. That's all they're shipping.
Oh man! Speaking of Elvis and people in his house, that exact neck of the woods. It was a Memphis question. There we go.
Well done. I'm quite impressed by that. Good knowledge. Now, if you're ready for a real just
yeah, read this one out again.
Here's a journey of a question for you. Italian Renaissance architect Andrea Palladio was the inspiration for a concerto grosso for string orchestra, whose first movement, an allegretto, is closely associated with an advertising campaign for what type of product?
So, Palladio is an Italian architect. He wrote rules of architecture, and famously, Thomas Jefferson used Palladio's rules to build Monticello as his home. That was, directly inspired by Palladio's writings. Not the connection here. I was about
very cool. That's very good knowledge. And
that's my connection with Palladio. Is he wrote literature about architecture, and Jefferson. I think like a lot of the I think like domes take a lot of inspiration. Like domes and columns, I think both of those have a lot of Palladio. Like Palladio has a big hand in that of the popularization of it. The answer I want that I don't believe is right. I would love. I mean, I want the answer to be beef but it's not beef because.
Tell the folks at home why, because I know what you're thinking.
Exactly. The reason why it's not beef is because the famous "Beef is What's for Dinner" music is from the hoedown section of the ballet Billy the Kid, by Rodeo, which is by Copeland, and it's not a concerto grosso, so it's not that. I really
brilliant knowledge.
Yeah, it's not beef for that reason.
Yep.
I want it to be beef.
I predicted we would have this conversation.
Yeah. And another classical piece, Rhapsody in Blue does United, but it's not the first movement of a thing. Rhapsody in Blue is the thing. So you haven't mentioned a composer. You haven't mentioned a concerto grosso, which I'm not terribly good at knowing what it is besides it being like a piece of music. I know that's like a thing you perform, but I don't know exactly. It's the first movement. What's some famous products advertised by Classical music. I liked, and it's neither Beef nor United. Two things famously with those pieces. Oh man. This is can you read the last part about the product part?
Yes, yeah, it's closely associated with an advertising campaign for what type of product?
Advertising campaign for a product. Yeah. I was about to say I don't think I like Nokia is a fun answer, but I don't believe the Nokia music. It's got like a name. People say like it's one of the most like recognized pieces of music anywhere, but it's not a campaign. It's just the product itself. It has to be advertising campaign.
For sure.
Trying to just go through famous products, like, but what? Certo Grosso, the Allegretto, which is a fast speed, light and moderately quick, but not as fast as Allegro, as my middle school band training taught me all those years ago. You had to learn music terms for like the region band things. You had to that was part of the quiz So I still have a lot of the classic music terms. I have the definitions, still burnt into my brain from all those years ago. Man, I'll take a hint here.
Okay, I'll give you a hint. I'll tell you that the piece, Palladio, is by Welsh composer Carl Jenkins and was written in 1995.
Okay, so it is a current thing.
That said, the advertising campaign and the music came first.
So, oh man.
Adapted the work that he did for the advertising campaign into the Concerto Grosso.
He wrote we'll say jingle for the campaign and then adapted that jingle into a classical piece.
Yes.
Man, that seems like a sellout when you base your talk about sell if not I mean people can sell out, but when you base your performance piece off of a commercial jingle, that's selling out.
It's brilliant, but I think part of the brilliance is once it becomes like this thing, then it becomes like part of the culture. And when you go and you hear an orchestra perform Copeland and you say, Beef, it's what's for dinner, it's fun. So this way now your middle school string orchestra can play this song and the folks in the audience can say,
I just laughed because I'm trying to I hope this isn't it. Maybe if it is, it's incredible. But what if someone adapted the Chili's song into a piece of classical music? But
I want my baby back, baby.
Exactly.
That would. Yeah, it's not that, but wow, that would be really.
Like imagine if you were performing, Chili's, Chili's on a G-string as a performance piece. That would be. And God, I'm just trying to think of like a famous like a song in a commercial, and the Chili's one's a good famous one.
Oh, for sure.
Oh man, the Chili's. I'm still trying to shake that now. Not.
That's gonna be tough. That's gonna be tough. Would you like to hear this piece?
I would, in fact.
Now, my hunch is this will either give it away or it will tell us this was a terrible question, Neville. Chris has no idea what you're talking about.
There are things I do not know, and it's perfectly fine to ask it, and it's a good. It is.
Here we go. Let's see if you can hear this.
Did I recognize it at this point?
I would think so. You might get a bonus hint from the end. I'll skip ahead a minute and change. A familiar motif. Could have just cut to this part from the beginning, but that's okay.
Yeah. I think I've struck out a little bit on that.
Right. Yeah, I'll tell you two more things. One, it's the sort of product that you would expect to be pitched by posh music. And it is the name of the campaign, I believe is called Shadows.
Possibly like perfume, cosmetics, or
You're all around it.
luxury.
Oh, it's very much a luxury good.
Watch, possibly. Watches.
Not watches,
Ooh, cars.
not cars.
Ooh, clothing. It's not. What's not?
We talked about South Africa earlier.
Diamonds. Oh.
Diamonds is the right answer. This was used in a De Beers campaign.
Oh.
And in the advertisements they had silhouettes of people, except the shadows would be wearing the diamonds, either as a bracelet or a necklace or something like that. Yeah, for what it's worth, these ran through the better part of the 90s. That said, if you did not see it, then there's really no reason for you to get it, but I'm glad we had this conversation.
Yeah.
Architecture and music.
Seems kind of familiar from like jewelry ads from,
They probably made fun of it on Family Guy, so we've come full circle with my question.
There you
go. Take a look online later while I look up the steppe of Central Asia.
Very good.
I still have two more questions for you, unbelievably.
Yes.
Here's another one of those fun why questions I like so much. In 2007, after attending a performance by the Carlton Singing Knights, college student Austin Hall wrote the letters IT, that's capital I, capital T, on his left palm, and the letters ER, capital E, capital R, on his right palm. Why?
Yeah. So it's going to be like this, ITER. So you could, the thing I have in mind, I haven't figured out exactly the connection, but you could, if you wrote what was it, the Carlton Singing Knights?
Yes.
And did you say a college name?
Carlton is the name of a college.
Right. That's what, yeah. ITER. Austin Hall at this, is at a concert, right?
It's a performance by the Carlton Singing Knights. So I think it's an appropriate word. Yeah.
So something an a cappella group, probably, or something similar. ITER. Like I feel like it has to be like a word written somewhere that they he replaced on a picture or some kind of demonstration, like if it was some Carlton. ITER.
Again, 2007.
2007. Huh. Carlton's Minnesota? Where is Carlton?
I think so.
He's right. I want it to be, but it's had that performance. So it's got to be something. What's in Minnesota in 2007? ITER. Like, I want to be like a word he replaced some of the letters with to make a new thing. That's what it's got to be something like that. He didn't just have the Latin word for road on his
It's good Latin knowledge, but no, it's not what Austin was doing.
My Latin knowledge is why I knew that. it's got to be like a word he replaced letters with. A word he replaced letters with in a picture or a stunt. I had a concert for probably was an a cappella group or a university band. I'm trying to think who would be I don't know any Carleton alumni right now. That's the problem. That might be helpful if I knew a person that went to Carleton.
This is for free. That would not that I cannot imagine it would be particularly helpful.
Got you. So it's gonna be like political protest? Like maybe something to do with the '08 campaign? Would have been like Obama declaring running for president would be in 2007. I might take a hint on this.
Sure. These are not the only bits of writing that Austin put on his hands.
So he wrote IT on the left palm and ER on the other.
That's right.
So he could have letters on his fingers as well. So it could be like, there's all kinds of. I mean, I can't imagine it's on the opposite. It's got to be on like his. You don't put letters on both sides of one hand. That's not good. That's not good campaigning. You got to have it on the. Most signs work better when you put all the letters on the same side of the sign. That's the effective way to do it. What would be like a word? ITER. What word ends ITER? Could be either like the last four letters or the third, fourth, seventh, and eighth letters. If it's,
I know. Yeah. Don't open dead inside.
What'd you say?
Don't open dead inside, or a don't dead open inside type situation. Am I gone?
What?
Am I gone? I thought you couldn't hear me, but it sounds.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you're fine. I'll take another hint.
Sure. I can tell you a few other things. I want you to think about words that have ER in them.
Ooh, unfortunately, many.
Yes.
Every
I'm not
occupation, basically.
Okay. What other types of words?
More than, for example.
There's more E in it, but
what? No. Yes.
Oh. Do you mean like
the one less than EST is ER?
Sure. Comparative adjectives.
Yes.
Okay.
Melissa. Is this? Oh God! This is that. Is this that harder, better, faster, stronger video from the early days of YouTube? That like the Daft Punk song that had the words spelled out on the hands that made the different things?
Is the correct answer.
God, that is
an absolute coup, Chris.
Oh my God.
The answer is to dance. To Daft Punk, harder, better, faster, stronger. It is called Daft Hands. I had more clues for you. You did not need that.
Oh my God. I can't even believe it. That is I haven't thought about that forever. That is oh Lord. And where's the I?
It's work it, make it.
That's
it.
That's right. Yep, that's it.
And so, despite you saying it bad messaging, there is writing on the back and front because they're moving all over.
Right, that all makes sense now. Man, that's a thing from the past. Let me tell you what.
That is a brilliant moment of recollection from your part. And of course, I'm sitting here sweating it. Does he remember this? And I said, oh, he has to remember this. I remember this.
So Carlton, is it like a comedy group, an improv group?
No, it was just one guy who, the Singing Knights, I believe, were an a cappella group, but they performed the song. And he said, oh, this would be a funny video.
Man, that's a blast.
I found like there was an online from Carlton. I don't know if it was like their alumni magazine or whatever, but about him going viral. And I think he went on the Ellen show to do it. And
what a time. Holy Lord. That is such a long time ago. I can't honestly believe I remember it. That is amazing.
So unbelievably impressed that you got that.
What a pull from early YouTube. That is oh man. What do they call it? Yeah.
So that was Daft Hands. There was also Daft Bodies, where two people wrote all over their bodies, and they had the shiny boxes on their heads.
That kind of seems familiar too. Yeah, the Daft Hand. I remember that. That is wow. That is a blast from the past. Oh.
Wow, well done. That's amazing. I hope. Did you get that at home? I hope you got that. If you didn't and you don't know what we're talking about, you're gonna watch the Step of the Central Asia. You're gonna watch the Diamond commercial, and then you're gonna watch Daft Hands. Except just start with Daft Hands because it's great.
Honestly, start with that one. That's a good one. That is some old YouTube right there in the early days.
Yes.
Oh man.
Would you like your fifth question for the round?
Yeah.
I'm
ready to be hurt again. Honestly. Yeah.
Here's your mathematician question, round 3, question 5. The celebration called Broomsday, Broomsday, commemorates a walk taken by what mathematician?
Yeah. So, it's not right, but the person that I associate with a walk more than anyone is Immanuel Kant. I think he famously walked around the Ringstrasse in Vienna. It helped him. I think he came up with some good stuff on his walks. I think I've heard that story. Broomsday. One answer that I have is that I don't like is Euler. Outside chances Euler. He famously tried to walk around the city to see if he could get the best bus connection, and see if he could do it in the least amount of bus connection. But I don't like that. There's also Broomsday puns on the word Bloomsday, and I know Joyce was into math. He had a friend that was into math heavily. And I think even, Stephen DeGillis talks about concepts like squaring the circle and concepts similar. And that thematically is similar and would be a better answer than Euler. I feel like that I know. I feel like you wouldn't bank on the 7 bridges as the hard question. I do like the Irish mathematician, if I knew what that guy's name was, but I know there's a James Joyce guy that he liked and talked to math with, and even Joyce wrote about math in some of his books. Like, I think A Portrait and Ulysses are books that I'm sure are good people that have read them. But I wouldn't know what this guy's name is. And that would be thematically right with Broomsday. That's the thing. I don't know what that guy's name is. Nor would I don't want to start making up Irish surnames to try to fraud it. We go to a name dictionary, pull up the 15th letter, and just start reading them out and seeing which one does it hit. I'll guess Euler with no conviction, nor do I think that's right. It's not thematic. It's walking, not the right one.
Thinking like Bridges of Königsberg and some
Exactly.
other things, as you mentioned. You are absolutely right. It is not Euler.
Exactly. Yeah. I was like, that would be, yeah, that's, nor did he try to do it. I think it was just like an idea. He never actually, he worked on paper and was like, yeah. And then,
We're good here.
yeah,
Yep.
we're here. Yeah, this isn't it. I'm not going to go actually exert energy to do the thing that I know you can't do. It's a bad use of the day. I like it being an Irish mathematician that worked with Joyce, but I don't have an answer. I just don't know what that guy's name is.
You are on the right track in a few ways. In the sense that you figured out, yes, Broomsday is a bit of a play on Bloomsday.
Mm-hmm.
Broomsday is held on October 16th in honor of an event on that date in 1843.
October.
We've got a little bit of 16th connection there, and you're also right in that this person is Irish.
Yeah.
So well done there.
He was an Irish mathematician.
And I can tell you what's more, that it's called Broomsday because during the walk, the mathematician stopped on Broom Bridge.
Date's not right. Hamilton
Is the correct answer.
Oh wow, I didn't expect that.
All history is in the past. And do you know what Hamilton did on that bridge?
What would he have done? Like
he was with his wife, but that's not relevant.
I want it to be something connected. Is it something to do with his work in any capacity?
It most certainly is.
I got you. Like I can't think of a way that, I mean, like he traced a shape he dropped from a bridge, like the quaternion, but I don't know what exactly.
What was the Q word? Say the Q word.
Quaternion is the
right. So he wrote out the equation that explains how the operations work for the quaternions.
Oh, he did on a bridge. That is where
he etched it in with his penknife, the I squared equals J squared equals.
Oh, wow. That was I didn't have that. I was like Irish mathematician. I really try to rack my brain to come up with anybody. And I don't know why I remember Hamilton being Irish, and that is
that's right. And just like you said at the outset, like some of these are just fun stories about mathematicians.
Exactly. And
that's I think kind of a well-known one, but Hamilton, not necessarily the best known mathematician to those outside of the field.
I'm ultra enthused that the answer was him, and I was able to say that name with enough confidence to even think that could be right. That is, I will take that.
And part of the fun of it was also sticking that word walk in there, just like you said with Euler. When you think of a graph being Eulerian, an Eulerian path or walk or whatever you want to call it hits all of the edges of the graph. A Hamiltonian one, named for this Hamilton, hits all of the vertices of it. So even though Euler's not right, the fact that you're thinking maybe about some graph theory, I hope, would also point you to that one. Even though it's not for the right reason.
Yep. Sure. There you go. I will Hamilton, that is what a pull there.
Well done. I am very impressed by you hitting all those in that round. That was
on all that, I think I am giving you I think two for your set, and then I'll also take two.
I think that's reasonable.
I think we're taking two there. And so right now, after our 15, we have 8.5, and now we have one more question that we will read for both of us here. And this is from Team Sock Monkey. They were the last players. I have not seen this question. They sent it to me in an email. I'll read it out for the first time. So the question is, in 2016, Australian cigarette packaging began using Pantone 448C after marketing research identified it as the ugliest color in the world. Pantone 448C is a shade of what common color? So I think it's one of the usual suspects, probably.
As a colorblind person, I do feel personally attacked right now.
Oh, I see. I know you were colorblind.
No, it's completely fine. It's nothing about recognizing the color.
The only real connection I have is I know one of the famous, I won't say early bits, but an early last week tonight bit was he doing one about tobacco and cigarettes, and it famously John Oliver brought out a smoking lung, like a coughing smoking lung, and a cowboy hat was like a big mascot, and I remember the whole video talking about anti-smoking promotions, that countries around the world have done. Not saying this is even part of it. I mean, I want it to be.
I mean, I don't know that when I think shades of, I mean, I guess you can have shades of this, but I think my best guess is brown.
I like brown. Brown, yeah.
I mean, there are some certain naturally occurring things that are brown where I think, oh, that's
not good. Yeah.
Well,
brown, that's what I was. Weirdly, I wasn't thinking so much that color brown. I had more like a reddish brown in my mind. I don't know why. Like a more dirt brown as opposed to that color brown. But
you know what we're talking about.
Yeah. I can't imagine. Yes. If you've stuck it out for this long through talks of quaternions and and Montenegro geography, I have to assume you know what is brown and doesn't look good. And
yeah.
You want to brown? Like I like brown.
I like brown a lot as well. I'm also trying to think, like what are the colors that have worked for cigarettes in the past?
Yeah.
Marlboro, I think, uses red and white.
True, that's good. Yeah, red, white. I feel they're all pretty much white. I think Camel is yellowish. I feel like it's kind of
that feels right. Is it Salem that's green, or Newport? Is that green? One of those.
Newport is like a lime green.
I mean, I could see like a puke green showing.
Green, that's the only other one.
I won't say what the thing that's brown is, but I'll say what the bad green is.
Yeah. In my mind, brown I feel like is a good first choice, and puke green.
Yeah.
A good second. I don't know, but it could be either. I can't imagine you can come up with a shade of orange or a shade of blue.
No, like blue. Folks love blue.
People love blue. That's one of my favorite colors. It's a good color. It's solid.
Great.
It's most of my green and blue, and mostly blue, make up a lot of what my t-shirts are. Those shades of colors. You like brown or green?
I want to say that green and blue, but mostly blue, is my favorite song from the Book of Mormon.
There you go.
Yeah, I think I like brown first with a puke green second.
I can't imagine it being any other color. Like that would be to find out there's some ugly shade of purple out there is wild. So let's go.
Yeah, let's see what the email says.
It is brown. We got it right. There we go. And I just want to kind of quickly
do a something search for that.
Yeah, I won't disgust our viewers with that's not a great color. Looking at it, I wouldn't be thrilled to have to buy something that was in that shade of brown. I would say it is between brown and green. I would say that if you had to describe what two colors made it up, it is both brown and green. But yeah, Pantone 448C. It is brown.
Wow.
You brought the Browns to the Super Bowl with that question.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, I just looked this up on Wikipedia. The Australian Department of Health initially referred to the color as olive green, but the name was changed after concerns were expressed by the Australian Olive Association.
That's fair, honestly. Yeah.
I respect that. So I think your call on kind of green there. I think that there is extreme justice.
Wouldn't you hate to know that the crop you grew apparently grows in the ugliest color in the world? That is what a bummer advertising, to find out that bit of news.
Oh, what a shame. What a shame.
But no, we will add one more point to each of ours, and we will earn together 9.5 each, which is
I love it.
incredibly good score on both of us to get, anywhere near 10 on the questions we wrote. So hopefully
I'm frankly shocked after hearing your questions and writing mine that
we got anywhere near that. We did. That was a fantastic game. Hope you at home enjoyed it. And we'll be back with a new game at some point. Neville, thank you for coming on and playing this game.
Thanks for having me, Chris.
We'll do it again. We have a long stretch to go, I think. This was a lot of fun. But thank you all. Hope you're taking care, staying safe, wash your hands, stay inside. I hope to see you again very soon. Bye, everyone.
Bye.